Hello, everyone. I'm James with Gridiron Hub, and we are here live for the NFL Draft 2021 first round. Probably taking you through to about 5 a.m. if they all take the 10 minutes to take their picks. Because I don't know when the draft is actually slated to start. Probably 1 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. And with the Greens, how you doing, boys?
Fired up, ready for the long haul.
Until you see the Eagles pick and then throw the dummy.
Or whatever I can find.
We all support different teams, right? So I'm Patriots. Sean, you're Ravens, yeah?
Yeah.
And you, Chris?
I'm Eagles.
Eagles. So we're all three different picks in the draft. We'll see where everyone goes. If anyone watching is a fan of a certain team and you feel like you want to react to their pick, I'm not saying no. If you're in the comments section, I may drop the link and you can join and tell us how you feel about a certain pick.
We're hoping to hear from our good friend Rory when he inevitably throws his headphones because the Dolphins make another stupid pick. So,
I mean, they can't go too wrong at number 6, can they?
You'd say that, but last year they managed and had 3 first rounders.
So I don't know whether you guys have stayed up on top of Twitter over the last sort of 5 hours, but have you seen what's been unfolding with Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, this whole Aaron Rodgers situation's kind of but it all started off and it sort of came out and a lot of people started speaking about he's maybe going to the 49ers, and then folks started talking about how it was all nonsense, and then about an hour later it turned out to all to be true, which was wild.
Yeah.
That apparently the latest I was reading is that they'd agreed to trade him, and then they said, nah, actually we're not gonna, and why he's sort of thrown a bit of a huff about it, and he's decided he doesn't want to sort of be involved. He wants to get out of there now because they said they were going to trade him and reneged on it. Just crazy stuff. I mean, the thing about the whole 49ers thing, why did they bother wasting their time going up to 3?
I mean, maybe they went to 3 so they can get Rodgers. Maybe it took the number 3 pick to do that. You never know.
I guess another thing. I guess one thing that sort of surprises me, if this has been going on for a while, the Packers haven't done anything to move either up until this point. So, I mean, you could probably say, did they ever intend to trade him at all if they hadn't made any moves? But I don't know. I mean, just all seems kind of out of the blue, but we know he wasn't happy last year after they decided to waste a first-round pick on Love.
I think it's got to be something to do with that. You think so? Because there's rumblings here that, they're just going to take, I don't know, some random linebacker at the end of the first, and they're not going to draft him another wide receiver. And I mean, what they're drafting number 29, I think it is tonight. So it will be interesting to see where they do go if they're not trading Rodgers.
I mean, I think you kind of look at that Green Bay team, and it's a good team, but it needs Aaron Rodgers. But they kind of almost look primed for a Super Bowl. But I mean, we say this every year, and then they get to the NFC Championship game and lose. And it's kind of been almost like that sort of black mark on Rodgers' great career is that he seems to get to the championship game and get beat all the time. But instantly, if they have to start the season with Love, what do you even make of that team anymore? I mean, it's just not even it's not even in the same.
There was a report that who is the other backup there now? It's like a no-name guy, and it said that after the pre-season / whatever, that he would be better to take over the team than Jordan Love would. So I really don't know what to think of it. It's a bit of a shit show.
I think there's a few teams in the NFC North that are currently crossing their fingers and hoping for the best here, because they got to be looking at that and thinking a Green Bay Packers without Aaron Rodgers is just it's got to be there taken, doesn't it? And all of a sudden that division becomes anyone's, really.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you got to think what the Vikings would probably be the favorite if the Packers go to shit, right? Vikings, Lions, Bears. Yeah, you got the Vikings and instantly become the favorite for the division. Makes it a lot easier for them. Obviously, their defense wasn't great last year, but that offense is still chugging away and doing bits.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean, you look at the Vikings offense, and they've got Jefferson. I mean, are we expecting one of that sort of sophomore slumps from him? I mean, I guess the issue with him is that his standard was set so high last year.
He's almost bound to disappoint, isn't he? But
he's gonna. There's no way he can match that or be better. Well, you'd think. I mean, I could be wrong, but you'd fully expect the bar to drop a little bit, and even if it dropped a little bit, he'd still be doing a good job at it in his second year. But I don't know. I mean, the Bears overall aren't a bad team. I mean, the fact that they've already named Andy Dalton their starting quarterback is horrifying.
No. I said this on the mock draft live. I said, whatever pick the Bears make is just going to be the most pathetic thing you've ever seen in your life. And it's just sad for any Bears fans. It's just laughable what Ryan Pace has done. In what will probably be his final year because he's failed to do anything, he decided, you know what? Pull it all in with the Red Rocket and just let it ride.
I mean, we came from a time where, Andy Dalton was, it was the Andy Dalton line was the average mark of quarterbacks. Like, he wasn't good, he wasn't bad, he was just distinctly average. And is that an upgrade on what they had before? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Still the average Andy Dalton, or is he even worse now? And that's kind of the thing as well.
I mean, to be honest, I know I love Fitz, and most people these days love Fitzpatrick, but I don't know whether the Washington football team were really, really going all out there to get Fitz, because they've got a good young team, right? And is he an upgrade? He's probably an upgrade on Alex Smith just because injury-wise he's more durable, but they're not really, living up to their roster. I mean, if they wanted to roll it with Tyler Heineke, I think they would have been booed out of the NFL. So they couldn't have just done that after he played that good playoff game. But I don't know. It's a tough one.
I think the thing with Fitzpatrick is generally, he is the definition of a journeyman. He's been to, half the teams in the NFL at this point. Yeah. But I think the thing is that because of the standard he's at, you don't want to make him your franchise guy.
No.
But he always seems to come into these teams that are having a massive issue with quarterback, and he makes them that bit better. I mean, you look at the Dolphins last year, they all kind of went all in on Tua, and he was horrible. He really was horrible. And I think a lot of there's a couple of the games he had that really kind of masked how poor he was. You even talk about the game against the Chiefs, and, you probably look at the box score and it looks like he had an all right game, but the Dolphins defense dominated the Kansas City Chiefs that game and still couldn't land a glove on them because they just were not finishing drives. And the fact that they had to refer to Fitzpatrick as a relief pitcher, basically coming in and finishing off the games.
Well, that was always the joke, wasn't it? Tua always needed his relief pitch to come in to finish off those games because he just couldn't get it done himself.
I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, does Tua take, a big leap forward this year? I'm not convinced. He might, but I'm not convinced by it. But
no, but I think that's it.
A better player, or was it just because he was just that kind of that wise old fox stage? He'd come in And he just knew by that point, sort of like, he didn't have to deal with the starting a game where you're still trying to figure out exactly what they're going to throw at you. And instead, he was coming in the third quarter, where by that point he'd had a half to watch from the sidelines what defense were doing, and he was able to make the most of it. There's obviously stuff like that as well. But do the Washington? I think they have to make the most of it, because, as you said, they've got a good young team, but
They do.
That defense is scary good. And when it's young, and they're not paying these guys a huge amount of money. Like, inevitably they're going to end up paying a lot of these guys big money.
Yeah.
But while they're not, this is their time to win. That's kind of the formula these days. Like, good young quarterback, some young defensive studs, and some senior guys to really make the wheels go round. And genuinely, that's how it's worked. I mean, you look at even sort of Mahomes, like, because his deal hasn't kicked in yet, they've been able to put this phenomenal team around him. And you see a lot of people speaking about how he's performed since he came into the league and that. And like, people always forget some of the playmakers he's had around him, not some of the defense that the Chiefs have had as well. Like, there's a lot of talent able to surround these guys, and it seems to be that formula before that quarterback inevitably signs that deal that's going to effectively sink your franchise. And you're looking at teams like the Chiefs, the Ravens, up until fairly recently, the Texans, that have these young guys, these young playmakers under center, and they need to make the most of that. The Chiefs have, and so far the Ravens and the Texans didn't. So if Washington's smart about this, get somebody in. Will Fitzpatrick take them to Super Bowl? No, I can't see it. And I'm willing to go out on a limb and be horribly wrong about that, because let's face it, we'd all absolutely love seeing Fitzpatrick win a Super Bowl. That would be perfect. And as an Eagles fan, it would be so painful to watch Washington win. Winning a Super Bowl would be worth the pain. But yeah, you think having a young quarterback in there that can kind of develop, in that window, that's where you want to be. It is rare, you get guys like Rodgers, that's been so good over his whole career, but that doesn't come around very often. You're talking about guys like Rodgers, guys, like Brady, like, just they're constantly there. And, even, Peyton Manning, for example. But if you think how many quarterbacks have been drafted over the years, and how many have turned out to have that sort of longevity and be able to keep producing like these guys, it's a handful at best. So yeah, they need to take this opportunity while they've got such a young team, Washington, because their defense really is a joy to watch.
Yeah, and they added another weapon this year. Signed Curtis Samuel, little gadget player, really from Carolina, but really came on this year. Now that we've got Sean back, looks like your internet's better, Sean. We do have another talking point. Obviously, Teddy B, it was either yesterday or the day before, he got traded to Denver for a 6th round pick. I believe the Panthers are paying $7 million of his salary, so I think the Broncos are paying him about $10 million this year, which isn't bad for Teddy B. I mean, Teddy B didn't play that well down the stretch, but there were times where you could sort of see his old sort of franchise QB self. I don't want to see real franchise QB because he's not that anymore. He looked like he might have been early in his career. He had a promising rookie season, but after his knee exploded, it was never going to be easy for him. So, what do you guys make of that move?
It's strange about Teddy B, because he struggled down the stretch last year. But let's put it this way, right? The Carolina Panthers had one decent offensive lineman last season.
Yeah,
they had some decent weapons at wide receiver. They had no tight end. They had no running back.
I will not take Mike Davis slander on this.
Davis filled in, but he isn't McCaffrey. So, I mean, the thing is the Panthers were clearly going into last year, we're clearly in a building year. The new head coach who picked every draft pick defense last year for Carolina. And it worked because Carolina's defense was pretty decent at times last year. And they had some rookies really show out. Brown was really good on the D-line. Chin was really good at safety. So it seemed like a good choice to kind of limit the opposition to points. But then obviously he's lost. He's got no offensive line there. Now, if Carolina tonight don't take an offensive lineman first, I'll be extremely surprised. If Pitts falls to them, they should definitely take him because he immediately makes that offense way better. Now, am I sold on Darnold? No. Like, he's shown...
I don't think anyone's sold on Darnold.
He's shown the same flashes as Teddy Bridgewater has.
I have a bit of a soft spot for Sam Darnold. I think he has drawn the short straw since he entered the league. He has been with the worst franchise in
the worst coach
in the NFL, right? The Jets have been a mess for a long time now. And they just don't seem to get any better. And you look at some of the guys, some of the weapons he's had, or classify them as weapons loosely. He's never really had those kind of playmakers that can make a difference in a game. And has he looked great? No. Do I think he's potentially a franchise guy? I think he still has that in him, but where, if it might just take somebody quite special to kind of get that out of him. But then we have
Rory.
Well, I think that's about right, isn't it? But you think about a guy like Darnold, and you're talking about what's the coach's name in Carolina?
Rule.
Or
Joe Brady.
Maybe working with a guy like Brady, is what he needs. I mean, he obviously has worked wonders before. Having a guy like McCaffrey takes a huge weight off your shoulders. Having a guy that can just do everything like McCaffrey does makes a massive difference. So,
well, I mean, I think they thought that Bell would do that. Bell was past his best, and I think they thought, bring in Bell, he'll do what McCaffrey did.
Does Bell even play this year? Where is he? He did nothing when he went to the Chiefs. Who's going to sign him?
Honestly, me and Chris were so annoyed last year at the Super Bowl for only one reason, and that was because Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell were playing in the Super Bowl. They both left or had problems, and we really didn't want to see them in any good team. Bell went to the Jets and he looked shit. What's to swear? He looked terrible.
To be fair,
money grabber's right. He was a money grabber, and he actually only went for an extra $3 million, and then because he got cut, he never actually ended up making as much.
Not to mention that he missed out on $15 million the year before because he sat.
Yeah.
So he ended up losing.
But I think I do agree with you in one sense, is that Jets team, and I'm obviously bitter about this, but that Jets team should have went 0-16 last year. The two teams they beat were the Rams, divisional, and the Cleveland Browns, divisional. Divisional playoff teams is who they beat. They sucked. Their offense was terrible. Their defensive backfield was atrocious.
Yeah, so they deserved 0-16.
Carolina.
They deserved to go 0-16 purely for the way they blew the lead to the Raiders.
Yeah,
No, Greg Williams.
I mean, you're literally talking about...
Noted.
You're talking about there's only one place they're going to go, and they have to go deep because it's the last play of the game or whatever. And for some reason, they're playing press man coverage. You're literally sitting there going, "What?"
Greg Williams.
You have to respect it. You have to respect it.
He wanted Lawrence.
But that would be fine if they blew the rest of them as well. But then they managed, as you say, to win 2 games, and you just sort of look at it and go,
how did they win against the Rams, honestly?
Honestly,
Jared Goff is an enigma.
I had almost £1,000 from £2.50 riding on 0-16. I called it at the start of the season in a massive article as well, and everybody ripped me a bits for it, and they should have been 0-16.
Yeah, I had about 35
there's none of that
for about
this
a fiver.
I mean, you should have seen the scenes between me, Sean, and Rory, who's apparently on a commenting spree to us at the moment. We were all going absolutely mad when that Raiders touchdown went in. We were all.
I forgot that was the week where the Browns were all off.
Yeah,
but I mean, I'm not high on Sam Darnold. But I think he's underappreciated. I think he could be good.
Here's a question, though. Do the Panthers take a QB and do the Broncos take a QB?
No, I don't think
not in round one.
A QB. I think one of the things I've seen mocked a few times is Parsons to the Broncos. If he falls to the Broncos, that Broncos defense is ridiculous, like really ridiculous. But the Carolina Panthers could easily go offense the entire way through this draft because they solidified all their defensive positions last year.
Yeah, didn't they go? Wasn't it all defense draft last year for the
defense,
Panthers?
not a single offensive draft pick.
And they got, let's face it, they got like an absolute stud in Chin.
Yeah, 124 tackles or something he had from safety.
Not to mention his double chin, his 2 touchdown game as well. Like, they should be going offense, but they need to get offensive line.
Well, they are likely, actually, they're almost a guarantee to get either Slater or Sewell. Because of where they are and the teams above them, they should be guaranteed one of those guys.
So this is my question. That's what I said when it happened. I called it the double chin. So you talk about Sewell, we talk about Slater. What do the Bengals do?
Oh, man. They're going to take Chase. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it shouldn't be.
I can see it, but I mean, what good is having the weapons if Joe Burrow's on his back?
Think, like, they're kind of in a no-win situation here because a lot of people have said, right, they need to take it because when those, like, uniform pictures drops and, like, Burrow's there with like his scar, and everyone was like, "Oh, tell us you're taking Saul without tell us you're taking Saul." That meme with that picture, but then it's like all you've heard is that Burrow wants his number one from LSU, and that's what they're going to do because that's what Burrow wants. But I'm like, surely Burrow just wants a fucking big guy in front of him that's not going to get him less sacked.
The thing is, for a fact that the Bengals sort of PR team have went, right, so what we're going to do, Joe, is we're going to get you front and center, but, we're like under leggings or something and whatnot. And he's went, no, I'm going to send a message to my GM here. I'm just going to go full, nothing over the knee and just put that scar right in prime position just to let the GM and head coach know I need an offensive lineman. For the love of God, give me an offensive lineman.
Can anyone answer this?
A simple answer would be the best collegiate players go to the worst NFL team. It's pretty much the way it's supposed to work.
But so we're saying with this, right? We're saying we think the Bengals are going to take Ja'Marr Chase. Do you think their fan base would be disappointed if they went and just took Sewell, make the safe pick?
No.
Pick the guy that she should be picking.
Chris, you know Stu. So our mate Stu Galloway, he's a massive Bengals fan, and I was speaking to him yesterday, and he was speaking about the business side of it. So if you think about the money they might make from Chase shirts, if he's a single-digit shirt, which he might be because he's number one at LSU, how much money do they make from that? But then I'm saying to him, but also remember, how much money do they make from one playoff game if they make it? If they keep Joe Burrow upright, his stats through 7 games were just as good as Herbert's was, except for potentially maybe touchdowns. But I would say that he plays in a tougher division than Herbert does. Like the defense.
I don't know who their other tackle is, to be honest. Is it Bobby Hart?
No, they got rid of him. It's Jonah Williams.
Oh, yeah. I feel like they're going to move him to guard if they do take a tackle.
Well, the thing is, Sewell could play anywhere: left tackle, right tackle, left guard, right guard. He is good enough to play there. Technically, he's a very, very good player. Slater is a bigger monster. He's just a big dude, and he can shift folk about. But I think the thing is that you just know the Bengals are going to take chase because they can go, well, now we can throw it deep. We don't have a deep threat. Well, you do. Higgins is a deep threat. Like, he proved in
I
games.
love Higgins.
So does Chris.
You don't need to tell me. I'm a Clemson fan. I love T. Higgins. I wanted him in Philly, but instead we took a receiver from the third round that played 2 games, and Justin Jefferson. So
Can you tell he's sour?
Chris, do you know Bleach Report's Adam Lefkoe?
yeah,
Yeah, he's an Eagles fan, right? And after the draft last year, he was like saying, all this crap about like Jalen Reagor and the Eagles. And he actually had an interview with Jalen Reagor after the fact, like kissing up to him, like, oh, no, I didn't mean that, man. And then Jalen Reagor was like, oh, yeah, I'll prove it. I'm going to be the best receiver at this draft. And he does fuck all.
it's just, I mean, the problem is you know, the general rule of thumb is always be the smartest guy in the room, right? That's what you want. You always want to be the smartest guy in the room. The biggest issue is that Howie Roseman thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, and he's not. And every year he goes, oh, I know something about this guy that nobody else knows. No, the chances are if nobody else knows, it's not true.
Well, the best thing we've seen recently was when I tagged you in the video of the
Yeah.
Vikings laughing. The Vikings
The Vikings were already talking about getting a defensive back. They're like, oh, what cornerbacks are available? And then they went, and the Eagles picked Jalen Reagor, and they burst out laughing and went, well, we'll get Jefferson on the phone. You know, like, you're literally sitting there going, I've got no idea what, you know, you looked at the receivers in the draft, and I'm going, you know, go get Lamb. You know, Ruggs, I can't believe he went as high as he did to the Raiders. Oh, God, what's his name that went to the Broncos?
Judy,
you know, all these guys, you know, like go and get one of them. And then they didn't trade up. And I was like, oh, it's all good. Justin Jefferson's still on the board. Jalen Reagor, and sitting at home going, like, it's, you know, we're not talking about like, you know, fans thinking they know something that someone else doesn't. We're all sitting at home going, did they really just pick somebody that none of us has even heard of? Like in the first round? Like, that's normally a bad idea.
Yeah. I tell you, just because he's watching, if for some reason out of the blue, the Miami Dolphins trade for Aaron Rodgers tonight, I'll be copying Rory straight into this feed because he'll be running around his living room.
We'll send him a link to the live reaction.
Yeah, send him the link if it happens. I don't think
last year I filmed him picking Tua, and it is a legendary video.
I have never seen headphones so far in my life.
But I think there's a few different picks I'm interested in, right? Atlanta is the pick I'm most interested in. They 100% should not be taking offense. They scored 39 points last year in a game and still lost.
You know what you're talking about. Kyle Pitts is a pick. There was a great tweet. It was like, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Kyle Pitts, Matt Ryan. Who can stop this offense? Atlanta.
Yeah.
The defense, man.
But that pick is they should not be going anywhere near offense. But you know fine well Pitts is going to be the pick.
And if Pitts is gone, they're going to pick Chase. Like, it's going to be one of the two. Like, they're going to pick one of them. And you know for a fact that the Atlanta defensive coordinator is going to be sitting at home and going, why am I here? Why do you hate me so much?
They should be going after either one of the best corners or Micah Parsons. Like, there shouldn't be another conversation. But Pitts will be the pick because they're idiots. And
they don't see value there, to be honest. I mean, if I was there, I wouldn't want to pick Pitts unless, you know, I wouldn't want to pick Parsons unless I could move back. I wouldn't want to pick him at number 4.
No,
frankly.
But they can afford to get capital, move back, and still pick Parsons in the top 10. But when you can get a unicorn, Rory's also a Florida fan. If you can't tell.
Oh, okay.
But again, Pitts is a freak. Like, his measurables are ridiculous. However, he had one good year, you know, in a pass happy offense. And granted, Atlanta's also a pass happy offense, so he may flourish in that. But they've also got Hayden Hurst there, who is not a bad tight end. He's a good tight end. He's probably what you'd class as an upper middle of the pack tight end, but he's still good and he can block and he can catch. So my question there is, do you need Pitts? Is he going to make your team immediately better? Yes. Is he going to make your team a contender in NFC South? No, he's not, because you're going to come up against the Saints, who are going to rip you a new one on defense. You're going up against Tampa Buccaneers, who again have got rid of Fluffy. You're going up against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who have the same 22 people that won the Super Bowl returning to their team and are pass happy and will pass all over that defense. Carolina Panthers, if they now have Darnold, if they draft a really good wide receiver, they have a lot of weapons on offense that will rip through that defense. So, to me, people say that defense wins championships. Defense does win championships, but it doesn't win you. It wins you games as well. These teams that think that I can walk through the season with offense. Look at Dallas. Dak put up some 400-yard game for the first 6 games or something. They were still 2-4.
Yeah.
And the only reason they won one of those games is because the bottle merchant Falcons decided that they didn't need to play.
Exactly. Yeah, they scored 39 points and got beat by 40. And they could have easily been. They could have easily been 10 or 11, 10-6, 11-5 last season, with what you're saying is a bit unlucky. Or what I'm saying is, if you had a half decent, it doesn't even have to be a lights out, a half decent defense, that team would have potentially been a playoff team. And I actually thought they would be. I think I ranked them pretty high in our preseason rankings, because I thought they're looking all right here, but they just have nothing. And oh my word, their corners are almost as bad as the Jets were last year now.
That's a pretty sick hat that boy's got. If anyone else seen that, the Baltimore Ravens Super Bowl ring hat.
Oh, he's got a big ring. Yeah, it's class.
Massive ring in his head. But no, I mean, I don't know. I think this is. I know everyone says it sort of every year, but I think this has actually been a really intriguing draft. I mean, we know who's going 1. We're fairly confident we know who's going 2. And then it's just a crapshoot afterwards. I mean, I can see there not being a defensive player picked in the top 10.
Yeah, that's what everyone's saying.
And
I think one of the corners or I think
one of the corners will go.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be anyone, it'll likely be one of probably 3 corners. Horn, Surtain, or your guy from Virginia Tech. Fairly.
No, Farley isn't going in the top 10, not with his back issues.
Oh,
True.
He's got back issues now,
yeah.
But
it's a disc issue.
Generally, I mean, it's likely to be Horn or Surtain. But it wouldn't surprise me if none of them were picked in the top 10. And I think the main reason for that is this is an absolutely horrific defensive line class. I mean, every year we come into the draft and there's a stud defensive end that, everyone's talking about, like guys like your Bosas and the likes. And this year, I looked at the draft board and I looked at the defensive ends, and I just didn't see anyone that stood out. Like not anyone that really sort of makes you want to go and get them early on in the draft. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see the first 10 picks off the board be all offense.
Well, I think Rory's saying there is Parsons ran 4.36, but he's also 6'2", 238 or 240.
Well, he's also got maturity issues. Apparently, that's what everyone's saying about him.
Is he? He's an absolute thumper. He can play every position, like every coverage position. He can absolutely nail you when you're on the run game. He can blitz. He can do absolutely everything. And if he's got those issues, then that's maybe a reason why he drops.
I mean, that could obviously just be the pre-draft media hype. Like, you see all these stories come out about all these different players and stuff. But after last year with Isaiah Wilson, the first round pick for Tennessee, he just lost it as soon as he got $1 million. I feel like teams are going to be a little bit more wary of those sort of players if there's any sort of like inkling that they may have some sort of maturity issue.
See if that's the case though. Just sign the money over at their mum and dad. You know, like make sure they can't get hold of it all at once.
I guess the problem with that is that like there's probably a lot of people cling on to these guys. You know, like
there is, yeah.
You know that the guys get drafted and all of a sudden there's like 40 family and friends, you know, that are all of a sudden won money from them. I mean, it must be sort of a really tough transition for these guys.
That's what's good if you just have no mates. You know, if you just play football and have no mates, then you don't have to worry about that when it comes around.
Well, I have no mates or no money, so
are we ready for the inevitable 40 minutes for each prospect of telling us how hard their life has been and what drama they've had in the past lives? Yeah. We're ready for the sob story of Trevor Lawrence's tennis court upbringing.
If you've ever taken the time to watch College Game Day, and they go looking for this, and every time, you know, there's a story, and it is like genuinely, like a lot of them are absolutely heartbreaking. You're sitting there thinking, I tuned in, you know, for a bit of a pick-me-up and ready to watch some football, and all of a sudden...
I swear, Americans eat it up. That's the thing. Americans eat that shit up all the time.
But it's the same on X Factor and stuff like that. I've watched X Factor, but they're the same, aren't they? They come on, they greet, they say something's happened, everyone goes, oh, puts them through. It doesn't matter whether they're singing like a cat's dying in the alley. It puts me off. They just put them through, you know?
I like instant, no, don't want you.
Yeah. But
don't care about whatever's hard in your life. Get on and sing. That's what you're here for.
It's got you to where you're at. So it's the same with the footballers. It's got you to where you're at. Oh, look, your dog's making an appearance, Chris. Hunter. His dog's named after a Clemson player that he met in
Hunter Renfro. Hunter Renfro. He was my boy for a long time.
One team that we've talked about the last couple of days is the New York Giants. Have you seen their roster? Looking at their roster on paper, you go, wow. Like that's that.
And then you look at their quarterback and you go, oh, wow.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. This might be the year where Daniel Jones now has no excuses. He has Barkley is looking like he's going to be back for the season. Then they've obviously signed Golladay to boost that wide receiver core. You know, they have a lot of weapons. They have a decent offensive line now. They have really good defense. So the excuses are running out for Daniel Jones now. They have
I think it's his final year if he doesn't show something.
Yeah. Now, the other person that's got that, to me, is what happens with Lamar Jackson's pay. Obviously, as a Ravens fan, I don't think the Ravens are going to pay him before this season. And they would be stupid to do so because, to me, right, if he gets the playoffs this year and doesn't get past one win or that and doesn't take the team any further, then I think he's a brilliant player. Don't get me wrong, but having watched him for a few years and before he even came out of college, like he played LSU in the bowl game, and Jamal Adams absolutely ruined him because all he did was keep the ball. And if you watch the Ravens carefully, in short situations where it's 4th and 1 or 3rd and 2 and that, he has option plays there. He always keeps the ball, and he always gets stuffed. And yeah, he makes these amazing plays where he suddenly rips off a 60-yard touchdown, and that's great. But again, to me, I wouldn't be paying him hundreds of millions of dollars because that will destroy the Ravens. It did it with Flacco. Flacco won a Super Bowl. If your franchise wins a Super Bowl, you can afford a few crappy years afterwards because your fan base is like, yay, we won one. If you don't win one when you got the chance, like the Saints, the last 3-4 years, the Saints could have had 4 shots at winning the Super Bowl. Now, they haven't. And now they're in serious money worries. If the Ravens pay Lamar Jackson, they'll be exactly the same. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see. Daniel Jones is one of them. Lamar Jackson's another. It'd be interesting to see some of these QBs on their maybe their last year, the rookie contracts, thinking, do we pay these guys? Do we not? Do we offer them a smaller deal and not let them walk?
How angry will you be if the Ravens don't come away with a wide receiver with one of their first 2 picks?
I won't be overly angry if they come away with an offensive lineman and a defensive end. If they pick a position I feel we don't need, then I'd be pretty angry. But for me, it looks like.
Do you want Landon Dickerson? That is the question.
What's that?
Do you want Landon Dickerson?
No. I really want the Ravens to go after Ben Cleveland because he suits the Ravens down to a T. And I know we need a tackle, right? I get that. But there's rumors that we're after 2 tackles. One of them is Villanova. I can never remember his name. Villanueva or whatever. He used to play left tackle for the Steelers. He'd bump in at right tackle. He'd be a brilliant addition. And there was one other, I can't remember off the top of my head. There was one other guy we're looking at. So you could potentially have tackles there. There's talk of moving Bozeman into center now that Scudda's gone. So it leaves a left guard spot just waiting. And to me, he is a mauler in the run game. So I'd be happy if they took a defensive end / outside linebacker at either 27 or 31 and took Ben Cleveland at 27 or 31. It wouldn't bother me that much if they don't take a wide receiver. If they do, I hope to God it's Terrence Marshall. For reasons of I'm an LSU fan, B, he's 6'2" and a bit more physical than some of the other prospects are. And although his numbers haven't been huge, well, there's Rory's point there. Although his numbers haven't been huge, he's been behind 2 of potentially the most prolific wide receivers in college in the last 10 years. And one of them proved that he can play in the NFL last year. And one of them is likely to be the first one off the board tonight. And when they went last year with sketchy quarterback play, Marshall still had a load of touchdowns and yards in limited games. So I think I would rather have him if he's available, but I think we have bigger needs. I think we took in Sammy Watkins. As I say, we don't use our receivers an awful lot anyway. So Duvernay, Watkins, I can never remember his name. We got him last draft, and he always goes out of my head. Boykin. We've got all these guys here, and Andrews is a good pass catcher. So I won't be overly angry, to be fair. And there is, as Chris said, there's so little pass rush out there that I'd rather we went and got that and sorted our offensive line because we run the ball. So that's where I'd be going, but just me.
We're getting close to obviously the first team being on the clock. I'm waiting for the commissioner to come out and get booed as per usual. But going away from the first pick just briefly before, Sean already knows my answer to this. Is there a guy that's probably not really been spoken about, maybe a day 2 guy that might sneak into the first round at the end of it that you absolutely love? I know who my guy is, but is there a guy you think maybe the end of the first round, into the second round, you quite like out of the prospects that are there?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few guys that could slip into the first. I think there's a lot of fringe players. I've seen a lot of analysts say like the money in these rounds are really between 30 and up 45. There's a lot of really good players in that range. I like Elijah Molden, safety. He could perhaps slip into the top round. He's a real hard hitter. Looks like he's got good coverage and ball skills. A range of like you said with the edge rushers, I don't. Who knows how many of those are going to go in the first round, because all of them seem to have something wrong with them. Like they either don't have enough tape, they've had too many injuries. It's a hit and a miss with the edge rushers. I mean, a couple of the wide receivers as well, like Kadarius Toney has been rocketing up draft boards these last couple of weeks. He wasn't anywhere to be seen in the first couple of weeks, and then I think people got around to watching him, and they really liked him.
One thing I don't understand about that is I would have Rondell Moore 100 times out of 100 over Toney.
Yeah.
I just don't see the appeal with Tony. Like he's quick, yeah, but comparing him to Tyreek Hill has happened so many times, and he's not. He's not Tyreek Hill, and I think that Rondale Moore, I think, will be a second round pick, but he'd be one that I think could, if a team really needs a wee fast wide receiver in the slot or something, that he'd be who I'd be going after. You did a piece on the Missouri linebacker, did you know?
Nick Bolton, yeah.
He might sneak into the first round.
He could. He's a really good player. I suppose he's like Micah Parsons light. In the fact that he's a similar player. He's not great in coverage, but he does his bits. And I think he'll be a really good player right off the bat, to be honest, depending on which team takes him, obviously. But I could see a team like the Chargers, someone like that taking him for the middle of the defense. I do like him.
Who did the Chargers lose? Did they lose Perryman and Melvin Gordon?
Ingram.
Not Melvin Gordon. Ingram.
Melvin. I don't know actually. I didn't see where Melvin Ingram went. I'll have a look now.
I thought they were going to lose both.
Melvin Ingram's currently a free agent.
Oh, see, Baltimore should, if he's still there after the draft, the cutoff line, there's a cutoff day that affects compensated picks, and the Ravens never pick someone up that affects that. If he's available, the Ravens should go after him.
100%.
If we can't get a decent pass rusher, then we should definitely go after him.
Have you guys heard of back Avery Williams?
Where's he from again?
State.
I don't think he rings a bell.
He is an absolute special teams monster. Let me tell you, this man had like 5 blocked kicks, 6 punt return. He is an absolute special team beast. I cannot wait to see where this guy goes because I want to follow his career. I hope the Patriots get him because, Patriots fan. But yeah, I just want to see this man absolutely wreck people. He's like projected like 5th, 6th round pick, but could go early because of his special teams. He's how tall is he? I think he's only about 5'9", so he's like nickel corner at best. Yeah, 5'9", 197 pounds. So he's probably a nickel corner at best. So mainly a special teamer, but he looks like an absolute beast on there.
Yeah. There's some weird player. Who's the boy from Buffalo, Chris? The running back.
It's not. It's Elijah's son, isn't it?
He had some of the most ridiculous stats, like
a game or something like that.
And he, I don't know how highly rated he is. I don't know. I didn't see him in any of the top 5 backboards.
You and I spoke about this.
Elijah Mitchell?
I think so, yeah.
That's he's out of Louisiana.
No, it's Buffalo.
He's definitely Buffalo running back.
Buffalo, Jarrett Patterson.
Must be him then. Don't worry, I had Elijah.
I can't remember his name. I just remember seeing him 3 weeks in a row on the telly going absolute mental.
On the board that I've got, he's ranked 250th.
That might be him.
I think the thing is we spoke about this earlier in the week. There was someone I don't know if it was PFF or whatever came out saying that this is the worst running back draft class sort of like there's ever been, and straight away we were like, I can't remember who it was, but we were looking at the 2014 class, and it's just horrific. I think there's a lot of talent, guys like Najee Harris, Travis Etienne. You got the 2 guys from North Carolina as well. I think there's some decent backs in this class. I think they're quite underappreciated. That 300 game, he also had 8 touchdowns or something. It was actually hilarious to watch because the college football world was just watching. It was every 5 minutes. Oh, here he goes in with another touchdown.
Yeah. Najee Harris should be a first round pick, and there are rumors that he's going to go to the Steelers. So he may well go first round, but Etienne's the same. it's more about what teams need, and like looking at the teams that need a running back. Atlanta definitely need a running back. They're definitely not picking them in the first round. Who else desperately needs a running back? Off the top of my head,
Steelers. I think they could talk themselves into
Steelers.
it. Buffalo.
Buffalo,
Chargers.
Potentially Tampa.
Chargers.
Like Eckler's okay, but that's about as good as it gets. He's okay. Yeah, the
Talk
Cardinals.
about the Cardinals. They signed James Conner.
Yeah.
I like James Conner. I like his story. I like the guy. But
Get out of here, Chris. We don't want that American drama story. We don't care what you've gone through in your life.
I mean, there are some. Yeah. To be fair, the Bucks can take whoever they want.
Yeah, well, they've returned all 22 starters.
They laugh, sit back.
The Buccaneers need a cornerback.
Who? Oh, yeah, replace Carlton Davis. How that guy managed to win a Super Bowl, I'll never know. He gave up 216 yards and a half.
It's like that should be you. Like that should just be your career. That's you toast.
But they've got another DB that just holds all the time. Is it not Bunting or something?
Sean Murphy Bunting.
He just constantly holds. Like
I mean, if it works, if you're not getting called, it's fine.
When you've got Brady on your team, these things go unnoticed a lot more.
But the thing is there are teams out there that really need a running back, and I don't think more than two would go in the first round anyway. But because of the lack of defensive linemen, that obviously opens up other positions, because I think last year there was a fair few defensive linemen went in the first round.
There was, yeah.
So,
I think the thing is for as bad as the defensive end class is, people tend to overlook how bad the defensive tackle class is as well.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like three of them. Is there not?
You got Christian Barmore.
I think there's not many top tier.
In the first round, what was there? Kinlaw, Brown last year.
They were both in high
at the
picks.
top.
Yeah, and there's nobody you're speaking of like that. Boo.
It's only really Barmore from Bama that you really think of as the top of the defensive tackle class. Other than that, I don't think one should go in the top of the first unless the Bucks like one at the end of the first.
Yeah,
it's going to be really interesting. But I do think the weakness in some other positions may open up the running back market in this draft. But the wide receiver draft is supposed to be really deep, and it is for the first 6 or 7 players. But then after that, it just falls off a cliff. And I think a lot of teams that are wanting wide receivers are going to come up and get them. Are going to come and get them in the first and second, early in the second round. But I think it's going to be interesting with some of the other positions, because there aren't that many great offensive linemen. There are 2 fantastic tackles. There are probably 3 pretty darn good guards.
There's a couple of really good centers.
Yeah, who's the boy? Yeah, is it Dickerson? Landon Dickerson? Is he Alabama?
Yeah.
Croaked himself and then come back for the championship game.
Yeah.
So
the NFL sent him every draft cap because he's doing the draft at home and they don't know what team he's going to. That's more than enough reason to stay at home for draft day. Just to get sent out all 32 teams NFL caps. I'll take them.
I'd say so.
Yeah. I mean, you don't get them all at your table on the draft night, do you?
No, you'll just pick up the one as you go to the stage. I'd rather just sneak all 32,
Yeah, true. Probably has to give them back. Once he gets the one picked, right, post us the
They say they got lost in the mail,
But I think this is going to be wild. By the way, I think this is going to be a nuts draft. I think potentially folk will trade all over the place. Like your Patriots, James, right? What are the Patriots really needing now?
Well, I mean, we don't really need anything, I guess. If Bill's content with Newton, I mean, a lot of people have said, corners potentially need, because, Bill always tends to draft 2 years out. And if you look 2 years out, we have JC Jackson and Stephon Gilmore on the final year of the deals. So that's a need if we can't re-sign those. We need a tackle, Trent Brown, Isaiah Wynn, both on the expiring contracts. Rory says need to get the refs back. Yeah, potentially draft a ref. I've never seen one go, but you never know. I'm not sure there's a very good long snapper in this draft that Bill wants, but we'll see. But yeah, I think it's like people have said maybe Devonta Smith, Jalen Waddle, if one of those catches his eye. Obviously, we took N'Keal Harry 2-3 years ago now. He hasn't really been doing anything.
Is he in a contract year this year by any chance?
I think he might be.
He might appear out of the woodwork. He might be one of those.
No. I think this past year was his second year, so he's got with the fifth year option, he's got at least 3. But I don't think we're picking up that option. So really, we could go anywhere. I mean, it depends what Bill thinks of the QBs.
What do you think about sort of some of the rumors, the fun ones that are flying around, where Aaron Rodgers gets his wish, he goes to the 49ers, and Jimmy G ends up back in Foxborough?
Yeah, I mean, is Jimmy G that much of an upgrade on Cam Newton? And he's not as durable. I wouldn't particularly care for it myself, but if Bill wanted to do it,
we're avid members of the Jimmy G hate club over here. So
the Jags are officially on the club. It's officially on the clock.
He's an overpaid game manager, is what he is. And you ask him to make a big play.
Some people think game managers are the best people. Some people think they're like the best players in the country.
But there's nothing wrong with game managers. But if you are the game manager, don't throw a pick in the Super Bowl. It costs your team. You're there to manage the game, not throw it away. I think we looked at it, Chris. Actually, other than the Saints game, which was absolutely mental, I think Jimmy Garoppolo had averaged 1.1 touchdowns a game that season that the 49ers went to the Super Bowl, and everyone was like, he's guided them to the Super Bowl. And you're like, no, the 5 first-round defensive linemen have guided them to the Super Bowl by sacking every quarterback's ass that's out there, And these folk are like, he's the next Messiah, six games, and he's not lost a single one. And it's like, here's $137 million, and he's like, great, thanks.
It's almost like people forgot that Brock Osweiler existed. He played 6 games or 5 games, and all of a sudden the Texans went, here, have the money, and he was garbage.
Apparently the NFL Network broadcast is unsurprisingly stupidly slow, and pretty much the first 2 picks have already been confirmed, as we thought they would be. It's Trevor Lawrence 1 and Zach Wilson 2.
Huh. Nothing's happened on my TV.
Yeah, nothing's happened on mine, but pretty much they've been confirmed. I mean, we all knew it was going to happen anyway. It's been the same for weeks. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, the most unhyped first-round pick, who's supposed to be a generational QB for God knows how long.
Totally thought that was Trevor Lawrence on the right of the city there with the glasses on.
Trevor Lawrence doesn't have the longest hair out of the blokes in his house. It's amazing.
Was that his sister or something?
No, it was a bloke.
Oh. I'm miles away from the TV. I can't see. I just seen it and I was like, why is he sitting there? And then I noticed him at the other side.
I like how the Jags, with the first overall pick, have this put together shitty little conference room in a hotel, and the Rams, with the end of the second round pick, have a beach house in Florida.
Oh man, did you see the build up to that with Rebel Wilson?
Yeah.
I sent it to Chris and Rory. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was class. But it looks like
it's funny in the respect that they don't have. They're not picking anyone.
I know. This is.
Yeah, but this is how Bill works. You know what I mean? Billy B does this sort of weird maneuvers, and all of a sudden he ends up with a guy he wanted back. It's bizarre, but yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised, but at the same time, I wouldn't be. He's garbage. Come on, Jags. There's 6 minutes left on the clock, and you're still not having submitted your pick yet.
They've got to get 2 more ad breaks in, Chris. Calm down.
The Bengals did this last year. The Bengals basically gave Joe Burrow their playbook like 6 weeks before the draft, and then spent 8 minutes put their pick in.
Well, Trevor Lawrence was pledging money to charities in Jacksonville like 3 weeks ago.
I think it's going to be like he's going to be so interesting because the Jags' offensive line is really highly paid, like seriously highly paid, and I don't really know how good they are, but I don't think they're terrible. But he's got James Robinson.
Well, they've got some decent weapons as well.
Well, James Robinson's decent, but they've not really got much at wide receiver now. Like Chenault showed out a few games last year.
They got Chubb.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? But I don't know. I don't. Looking at that Jags team, they shouldn't have had the first overall pick.
No, it should have been the Jets.
Yeah. I don't mind the Jags. I could see them being in the playoffs 2 years from now.
Well, folk forget that in 2017 they should have been in the Super Bowl if it wasn't for your lot. Like they should have been in the Super Bowl, and I think that they just fell to bits after that one season and have literally just imploded since. So it's not like they can't take a couple of seasons, 2 seasons, and rebuild their entire roster because they have a lot of money. They have loads of draft picks. So
the thing is, they never seem to spend their money.
Yeah.
No one ever wants to stay there.
Have they not got five draft picks in the first 2 rounds to this draft?
Oh, probably.
Something stupid like that.
I think Miami has the most. Yeah, come on, NFL.
You know, one thing we spoke about at the start again was having that sort of recipe where you have that young, strong defense and that quarterback in sort of their first part of their deal. You know, they've got that chance with a guy like Trevor Lawrence to focus on building the rest of their team. They really said the Eagles have the most picks. They have 11 picks. But I think the Jags, a lot of theirs are quite early. You know,
the Seahawks have 3. I know that.
The Texans probably have about 1.
Rotten.
Since they got rid of DeAndre Hopkins for a potato.
That's one thing I can always trust in the Ravens. I always trust them to not waste their draft picks and just throw them away. They always have loads of draft picks every year that they can move about, and they'll love a compensatory pick. But there is some teams that just throw them about willy-nilly. But it'd be interesting to see. Like I can't see Urban Meyer taking that job without having a lot of control over what's going on.
I mean, to be honest, Urban Meyer is my biggest concern about the Jaguars. It's just
Trent Baalke isn't the biggest concern.
I mean, possibly, but I don't know. I mean, there's something about Urban Meyer that just gives me the fear. I mean, generally, as soon as a job becomes vaguely difficult, he becomes unwell and then disappears off into the distance. So if the Jags start the season, 1-8 or something, expect his mystery migraines to start making a return.
Pick us in.
Oh, here we go. Who's it going to be? They've spent the last 10 minutes talking about Trevor Lawrence. Who's it going to be?
The first overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Zach Wilson.
Turns out it's just some random guard that we've never heard of.
Oh, that's a disgusting stat. I can't believe they picked Gabbert 10th overall.
Blake Bortles 3rd overall.
What a
But again, at least he took them to... Look, they're cheering that they got Trevor Lawrence.
The Jags draft room are celebrating like it was a challenge to get their pick. Yes, we did it. It was hard work, but we got there. We've known for months.
Tank for Trevor, complete. But I think he'll make a big difference to that crew. Like, I think, but I think they need to hit with. They need to hit with their top 4 picks. I think if they've hit with their first 4 picks and they immediately make their team better.
I think they go secondary with the second pick, but I'm unsure.
Well, who did they pick from the second? They picked CJ Henderson last year, did they?
Yeah.
So he turned out quite well. So
here we go.
They maybe do pick another one.
I think maybe Trevon Moehrig or Caleb Farley if he's there.
Late in the first round.
I can't believe they milked that clock down to 0. I'm disgusted.
Do you think they have agreements with them saying, right?
Well, the first pick always has to run.
Of course they do.
Boo.
They've got to milk out 2 ad breaks in each pick. Oh, beautiful. My TV's a little bit behind. I haven't seen him make the pick yet. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for the anticipation of it. Oh, come on. Get out of his chair. Go on. Get out. Get out of his chair.
What, you're miles behind.
I know. What was that random woman in his chair?
I'll have to put the volume up so you can hear it.
What was that random woman in his chair? What was the bit there?
I think there was some sort of like competition to win to be on the stage or something.
I've got that is not his chair. I'm saying it's just not. It can't be his chair. Do you remember seeing his room? It's got a bloody spiral staircase down into it. No way did movers hulk that massive 1950s chair, full leather, out of there through a spiral staircase. In no world did that ever happen. That's just a prop chair.
I love that run. You'll get to it in about 5 minutes.
I'll be like, I really like that run.
After J.K. Dobbins went down.
Do you think he had to pretend to be surprised?
Celebrating.
Oh dear. I wonder what the best in home player moment will be this year, because obviously we had all the players were at home last year for their videos, and we had some good moments. CeeDee Lamb stealing his phone back off his girlfriend.
I don't think so.
One girlfriend being dragged out the screen by the mum. It was all the girlfriend ones that fucking got me. They were just hilarious.
But most of these, it's so strange because I think it's just like someone over there is that because there's such like a family community thing going on, and they're all like together from really young, and they're all married, really young kids.
Well, Lawrence got married about 2 weeks ago or something before the draft.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, these folk are like coming. They're obviously heroes in their own towns and in the colleges and stuff like that. But
the girls know who to go for, don't they?
Oof. Yeah, it's just mental. It really is. What's that? Oh dear, that is not a good look. Jets first round picks cut, traded.
Missed the playoffs for the 10th straight season. As I said earlier, the Jets are shambles.
However, they have a good general manager now. You know why? Because he's from the Ravens. He's there. He's restructured stuff. So, although I still don't think that Zach Wilson is the answer to their problems. They
still have to hit on a bunch more picks. They
have to. I mean, the thing is that he may be athletic, he may be really good, and Becton was a monster at left tackle, but I mean, the thing is, you're going to need a lot more weapons. I mean, they have, in fairness, upgraded their wide receiver core massively, but they haven't done nothing to their defensive backs. They've kept their best guy, that May. Is it Marcus May?
Yeah, Marcus.
They've kept him, but they've not taken in any upgrades at defensive back. So it's going to be wild. This will be an easy pick, and then after this, it's going to go nuts.
Yeah. Once we get through these first two, the draft actually kind of starts, and we can like actually give some sort of analysis on like, oh, that's actually quite interesting.
Yeah. Steelers sign Mason Rudolph to 1-year extension.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I'm looking at all the bits in the bottom, the headlines.
Yeah. We didn't say who we think the Niners are going for. Who do you boys think the Niners are going for?
I mean, quite frankly, if they pick Mac Jones, I might actually fall off this chair laughing. Like,
I want them to go Mac Jones for the content.
You know what was really funny, right? Is we both think Mac Jones is a second-round pick, right? He's another one. He's a brilliant game manager, and he's had an extremely talented team around him, right? So, from that point of view, he would be a steady QB. However, watching his pro day and the amount of throws he missed, like you shouldn't be taking him first round. Like you just shouldn't,
and you shouldn't be giving up 2 future firsts.
No. And I think there's players there that the other two, Chip Lance, not sure, Fields. Fields needs a 150-yard rusher a game to be a good QB. Don't get me wrong. When he's had a 150-yard rusher, he goes off. And smoke screening for Fields.
I think, we spoke about this earlier on, like there was, it's down to, Trey Lance or Mac Jones. And we said, are they just trying to hoodwink people? Are they just going to take Fields because Fields is the third best quarterback on the board? But then
I think Fields is better than Wilson personally, but
I don't think he is because, as Sean said, I think he does rely on having that strong run game, and he has disappeared in games where if they aren't just sort of mauling teams. I'm waiting to lose my TV in a minute. If they aren't mauling teams in the run game, he really struggles.
But that's where San Francisco would make sense, because San Francisco are going to run the ball constantly and trick plays and all this kind of stuff. He would suit San Francisco. But at the same time, I mean,
the pick is in.
They don't have a mauler at the running back position. They just have lots of little gadget players.
No. But the only thing I would say is that if they are smoke screening, who they try to smoke screen, I don't know who they're trying to throw, because
maybe realize they made a massive. They realized they made a massive error, and we're trying to get someone to come up and trade with them again, so they can go after Rodgers.
What? We're doing some draft day stuff now, are we? Draft Day, the movie with Kevin Costner. Yeah, there we go.
Pretend to be sure.
Now the Niners are on the clock. Now we start the draft.
Zach Wilson looks like he's about 12.
He looks like he should be in a boy band.
Yeah, that's true.
No, do you know what he genuinely looks like? The guy that plays a quarterback in a film.
Yeah, I think Zach Wilson is too handsome to be successful in the NFL.
Well, the rule worked for Jimmy Garoppolo. He was just too handsome.
Exactly. No, you know what? You got Peyton Manning, right? Big ass forehead, unattractive. Brady, he's got more attractive in recent years, but he wasn't. He looked like
one, though. You see,
money makes people more attractive, 100%. The NFL, if you want to be great, if you want to be great, you got to be butt ugly. Like he came out, he was a handsome man.
Andrew Luck,
John Elway wasn't a good looking bloke.
Yeah, see what I mean? The NFL is made for ugly dudes.
Patrick Mahomes, Kermit the Frog.
No, he just sounds ugly.
Drew Brees, big scar. He always had that, did he?
Oh, don't say that.
Too soon,
No,
we're
he
going to
did.
get cancelled.
Where did he get that from?
What, masseuses?
Was it an accident or something he was in when he was younger when he got that? Brees.
Oh, Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Maybe you just
He
heard the
always
girls
had
like
that
scars.
mark, did he?
I don't know.
He always had that mark.
Shall I just search Drew Brees scars, see what comes up? Oh, apparently it's a birth
There we
mark.
go, Chris. Pat Mahomes style. Drop a pass off over your offensive line.
Dump it to a back. Throw a screen.
I think he's I think he's a talented guy, this guy, but is he gonna be decent at the Jets? I'm not sure. Look at that NFL comparison, Joe Burrow and Russell Wilson. How are those two comparable in the slightest way?
Do you know what?
Russell
NFL
Wilson
comparisons is one of my biggest bugbears, right? Because no two players are even remotely close to the same. And
I love when they do 7th round picks comparables, and you're like, what?
So 7th round draft pick. Oh, he's kind of like Aaron Rodgers. No.
But the thing is, right? Let's see this. Russell Wilson can throw an absolute bomb of a pass. Joe Burrow can't. Joe Burrow is really accurate on short and middle ranges. Russell Wilson can run a lot better than Joe Burrow. Like, how are they even comparing them? They're just not even close, and they're like, oh yeah, it's a comparison between these two. It's not. Like, he's a totally different player.
Well, it's just pandering to the masses. That's all it is.
That's all it is. They just try to drum up stuff for the fans to go, ooh, he's a cross between Wilson and Burrow.
You know, what exactly makes you compare one player to another on it? And it starts off and it's like, oh well, they're both 6'2", and it's like, yeah, and
I've
so
just
is
seen the draft party for Wilson. Oh, just his brother's like, oh, it just made me cringe.
Well, that's a
Don't
lie.
lie.
The fly.
Why you always lying?
Right, how long have the Niners got on the clock? Because there isn't a clock on my screen at the minute.
There's no clock on it. Oh yeah, 3 minutes. 3 minutes 30.
3 minutes. I was going to say it's got to be soon. Come on.
Jets QBs selected.
Oh god, look at that list. God, that's a broad list.
Jeez, he does look young. Yeah,
Not a good list. That,
Zach Wilson too attractive to do good. He'll just be added to that list in the end.
At least you can't be a bot fumbler.
Well, you'll hope not.
He reckons they're taking he reckons they're taking Lance.
Yeah. That's what everyone's been saying for the past sort of 2 days. That I mean, a lot of people have already said this, but it's like, why in the world would you move up to 3 and not know who you want when you pretty much know who the first 2 picks are going to be? Why would you then move up and be like, you know what, I'm just going to take one of these guys? When you could have sat back at 12 and probably, if you wanted Jones, you probably could have got Mac Jones 12.
Well,
so
he probably could have had either the two of them at 12, because there's no way that many teams are trading up for those two boys.
Not now. Not now that the Carolina or Denver have juggled about.
No.
And they just made it infinitely more expensive for any other team to trade up. Oh, I've still got 2 minutes on mine.
Once this one comes in,
I just seen that thing on the screen saying "scan code to weigh in," and I was like, "No thanks, you're all right." But man, speaking about draft picks, so I'm all good, you know.
too heavy.
I'm not going for the draft. I don't need to give my weight in. The pick is in. I mean, this has to be Trey Lance, doesn't it? It has to be. If it's not Justin Fields, it has to be Trey Lance. You don't trade up to 3 for Mac Jones.
Or if you do, you're an idiot.
Or if you do, you call Shanahan.
But this pick will change everything in the draft.
Oh, it's got to be Mac Jones. It's got to be Mac Jones. Oh, no. Trey Lance. Oh, I was hoping for a minute there.
The 4th pick is the one I'm waiting for.
But I see the thing, like when they're speaking about Trey Lance, and they're saying about how few picks he threw, but someone saying he not averaged like 16 passes a game or something.
Yeah.
Like, no wonder he doesn't throw any picks. He never throws.
It's like Jimmy Garoppolo won an NFC Championship game by throwing 8 passes. Here you come.
I'm a bit freaked out by this random fan that sits in the chair every time a pick's game.
Are they cleaning it after every fan? I must know.
Trey Lance.
Did he just say Trey Lance?
Is the commissioner content with catching whatever bugs that people put in his chair?
I mean, I'm fairly convinced that the commissioner isn't actually a human, so you know, he's probably
the owners just turn him on whenever they need him to go out.
This is really interesting now, because if the Patriots don't take, that is expensive for Trey Lance, but if the Patriots don't take Mac Jones, he could slip into the 2nd round.
No, I don't know. You got a few like Steelers maybe. They need a heir to Big Ben, but they're probably all in for one last year. Saints possibly.
Nah, I'm with Jameis Winston all the way. He's no longer.
I want to be, but you know.
He looks nervous.
Imagine 1 minute
He does.
living in North Dakota, and then the next minute you're in the Bay Area. Like, it's just mad.
But they could have easily got him where they were. And that's the biggest thing. There's no way there was that many teams coming up to get him.
No. Like, they didn't need to go up to 3. They could have gone to, like, 7 or 8 if they wanted to be sure.
His positives: outstanding poised decision making, expands the offense. Steve McNair.
How's Steve McNair positive?
I just don't get it. It's normally like size, strength, speed. Steve McNair.
I want to see what they say his negatives are.
They were clearly
someone
like running low on positives for it, so they just stuck in there.
Yeah, they were trying to praise the Niners draft pick and they just ran out of positives. They're like, yeah, it was definitely worth it, guys.
Rory's asking why they didn't trade with the Eagles and go up to 6. Howie probably would have been like, yay!
Yeah, Howie's currently just grateful that we moved from 6 to 12 and missed out on all the top guys, and in return we've got probably like a late 20s first round pick next year from the Dolphins.
And that might well be the case if the Dolphins draft well.
Yeah, I mean, literally, that Dolphins team is that good that they can still get close or into the playoffs with Tua being as bad as he was last year.
Yeah. What if the Dolphins just take Justin Fields now, blow everything up?
Rory will probably end up with Rory jumping through the screen at us. He will not be amused. I'll send him the link for when the Dolphins pick comes up.
Is he going to be dressed? That's all I asked for.
Yeah.
Are you going to be dressed, Rory, if we let you on?
He will be dressed. I think he'll be dressed. At least you get to see him before he comes in anyway.
No. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I mean, the Eagles clearly weren't looking for much to trade back. I'd prefer your bottom half was dressed.
It's all right, Rory. Who knows if any of us have our bottom halves dressed?
Very true. It's sitting in
It's
meetings,
still early,
sitting in work meetings in a shirt and tie and then a pair of boxers.
No, that's it.
Oh, the Atlanta Falcons are struggling here. They're like, offense, but we need defense. Offense, but we need defense.
What are you guys getting these little quizzes that come up on the side?
No.
Yeah, I keep getting these little things pop up, and this one's like, the Falcons are up now. Should they take their pick or try to trade back?
Should definitely trade back.
I mean, if they can, yes.
Maybe that's what they just have to put that up, do they? So it's losing the Super Bowl.
But did you see that Carl Pitts? I think he was on NFL Network a couple of days ago, and he was like, "Yeah, I think the first 4 picks are going to be QBs." So I don't know what he knows, but
yeah, he's maybe thinking the Atlanta Falcons would trade back. This has to be.
If the Atlanta Falcons pick Mac Jones, I'm definitely falling off my seat.
It has to be defense. Please just take defense.
You don't need a defense in the NFL. You don't need one.
Where's that? It'll be that.
Free Josh Gordon. Free Josh Gordon.
You know the boy that jumped. Oh, picks in. The picks in. You know the boy that jumps out the window from the meeting when he's the GIF.
Yeah, the window.
How about we just draft a defense?
That would be their defensive coordinator.
You're thinking of the good idea one.
Yeah.
Maybe we pick offense. Maybe we pick somebody from the offense. How about we finally just pick a defensive player?
I know which one you're meaning, actually.
Yeah.
God, they like to really
drag
out.
This Trey Lance saying he's only got 318 passing attempts in his career.
Yeah, well, he doesn't pass the ball that much.
That he wasn't like a massive starter. So teams were a bit wary because they don't have a lot on him. There we go. It's Carl Pitts, like everyone thought.
If this is Parsons, I called it. Just saying. It was in my
It's
mock
Carl
draft.
Pitts. It's Carl Pitts. It's already in.
How are you seeing this?
I have sources, Chris. No, it's just
I like to wait for the anticipation while the pick comes in.
And it comes. Can you
see, I'm pretty much an NFL insider.
A little bit, yeah.
So.
Honestly, man.
I mean, the good news is they're no longer going to lose 43-39. They're now going to lose 48-45. So,
I
think they'll be lucky if they lose that.
I mean,
Like,
looking
if
at Kyle Pitts' suit, he definitely thought he was going to the Packers.
Yeah.
Are they still going on with?
I
They're
just
still
don't
going
get.
on with the bit of the fan in the chair. What are they doing?
I just don't get that pick. I really don't understand it.
It's just about value. I think, really.
See, again, dynamic athlete, Chris Root runner, NFL comparison, Darren Waller. He's nothing like Darren Waller. They might as well go NFL.
I mean, he's a tight end.
If anything, he's more like Antonio Gates, a red zone threat.
Did he used to play basketball?
I don't know, but did you know that Fitzpatrick went to Harvard?
No, I didn't know that.
He's enjoying this moment, as you know.
That is a
Just
horrendous
walk
suit,
out.
Pitts. That is a horrific suit.
Yeah, that's definitely a Packers suit, that.
It looks like joggers on the bottom with that stripe down the side.
Yeah, that looks awful. I've wore better suits than that. Jeez, big black bow tie on it as well.
Look at the size of his hands. Pretty much just swallowed the commissioner's back when he put the hand on him there. Like, he's a freak. He's an absolute freak of nature. I just don't understand picking offense again for Atlanta. Like, they just didn't, like, they just completely abandoned all idea of playing defense, like, at all.
Well, let's put it this way, right? Julio Jones, on his day, is the best receiver in the league, right? On his day. But he struggled to stay fit. If he goes down early season, is he filling his shoes? No, he's not. So, granted, this guy's good and he looks like a total monster. But, you know that these things here where you're beating these corners at Ole Miss, that's not going to work against Jalen Ramsey.
No,
Jalen
to be
Ramsey's
fair, Kyle Pitts, against all of the first-round cornerbacks he faced, he's pretty much destroyed. J.C. Horn, he had about 60 yards against. He destroyed Patrick Surtain. He's gone up against all these top cornerbacks, and he did pretty well against them.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at that offense. Matt Ryan, Mike Davis, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Kyle Pitts. It's obscene. But then you look at their defense, and it's just garbage cans across the field.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They got thick boy. They got thick boy Mike Davis. I'm telling you, like, you guys are way behind the times. Thick boy Mike Davis is here to save the day.
But
he's going to be a two-way player.
I'm pretty sure until Alex Mack left, they had 5 first-rounders on their offensive line as well.
Yeah,
So
they did. I think it's 3 now.
It's now 3. So they've now lost offensive linemen. Julio Jones is a bit iffy at the moment. They've still got no defense.
The thing is, wasn't the leading sack guy on the defense Grady Jarrett last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So their defensive tackle was their leading sack guy, and that is only acceptable when your defensive tackle is Aaron Donald, right?
I mean, Jarrett's a pretty good player himself.
Jarrett is a very good player, but
Was he a rookie last year?
who?
Jarrett?
No.
No, she's...
But
Who
Grady
was their
Jarrett is a
rookie?
very good player, but he shouldn't have been leading their team in sacks, and he comfortably led them in sacks, I think, as well.
It means everything. I'm the highest ever picked tight end.
Hey.
Oh, I love looking at the war rooms, the draft war rooms. They're just cringy. Oh, just the way it says fully vaccinated draft war room. So why are they all still sat socially distanced?
Gotta be safe.
Man, this is going to be so interesting.
There's gotta be Sewell. It has to be. Or at least Slater. If they pick Chase, it is like Joe Burrow will just kind of be, he'll be one of those. He'll be sitting at home going, yay. And then deep down, he'll be going, oh, no.
He'll just be there, like, picking at his scar, like,
No, you'll just start feeling it. It'll be like Harry Potter. You'll just start feeling his knee scar flaring up.
It burns. It burns. But you're right. It'd be, instead of biting his nails, it will
What's
be
the matter?
a
What's the
scar.
matter, Joe? I don't know. It just burst.
It's just you know they're going to take chase, and you just know they shouldn't. But they are in prime position that if someone came in with a deal from like maybe 10 to 12, then Rory said about like the dog and the fire meme. It's fine.
This is fine. Or what's his name? Is it Ralph from Simpsons? Chuckles. I'm in danger.
Okay, boys, I've got the next pick. Do you want me to spoil it for you?
Just wait until it comes up on the TV. I want to enjoy this moment.
Is Twitter that far ahead?
Yeah. Well, you got to think like they're going to have it a lot sooner than we are because America. At least by a minute or two, you'd think, wouldn't you?
It's just kind of like you think the first time anyone knows about it, like, I mean, again, you're going to have like these guys get the phone call and stuff, but like the whole point they did, like they used to see into the green room and it would be like, oh, who's on the phone?
Yeah.
But they stopped you seeing that so that it at least because it kind of made the pick announcement pointless after that, didn't it? But then now you do it that way and you just find out on Twitter anyway, probably because somebody's sitting next to whoever's getting picked and tweeting out, oh my God.
Do I hear this? Adam Schefter just posted up saying that the 49ers didn't tell their coaches or scouts their pick. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced.
Great.
That's just different though, isn't it? Like, that wouldn't fill you with confidence, would it?
No, not in the slightest, if I'm honest.
But I suppose it didn't get leaked, so worth it.
True.
Yeah, they kept that secret so nobody could move up to two. Nobody could move up to. Nah, I've got none.
LSU just posted up a picture of Joe Burrow and Chase next to each other with a tag underneath saying, "Don't screw this up."
There you go, then.
Don't screw this up, Draft Sewell.
Oh yeah, Thaddeus Moss is now with the Bengals as well. So 3 LSUers from that same offense.
Did he move? Did he?
He was with Washington last season, but he didn't do a lot. I think he was injured, and then the Bengals picked him up on waivers, I believe.
Why is Twitter so far ahead of this?
Because these picks take way too long, and everyone's just like, "Oh, come on, get on with it." What they need to do, they need to drop the picks down to like seven minutes in the first round, and then drop it down further and further.
I mean, you think about how much money these guys are paid, how much hours they've spent. Oh, here we go.
Just, you know this. He's an absolute outstanding receiver. Like, he really is brilliant.
Yeah.
He will make their team better if Joe Burrow gets the time to throw it to him. You know?
They got to hope there's one of those tackles, a tackle that they like, and a decent tackle at their second pick, which there may not be. I'm expecting a run on tackles at the end of the first, and I don't think there's going to be a really, really good tackle for them.
No.
So they've got to hope Jonah Williams can come in as some sort of savior. But I don't think he will.
He
I like his suit. That's a nice suit.
He does look like a cool dude, does he?
That's a baller suit, that is.
His hair needs a bit of looking at, though.
Yeah, I quite like it.
I mean, it's a bit like Justin Jefferson's.
I take a bit of umbrage with wearing sunglasses indoors, though, but that's nothing new for me.
You don't like that, do you?
You're inside. You shouldn't need sunglasses.
It's because his future's just too bright.
Right, wait, here we go.
Maybe the prescription sunglasses.
Almost forgot his cap.
I like how they've had to
He's taking
build
his
all these
glasses
little
off.
cabinets for them.
He's already going the wrong way to the stage.
You're on the
He's
wrong
definitely
route.
just, he's
The wrong
so
route.
drunk. He's definitely drunk. Look at him.
I'd love to know how much that watch cost.
You probably got gifted it for nothing.
True.
Probably
Jammy.
just for an
Jammy gets
Instagram
there,
post. Definitely just got it for an Instagram post.
Chase
Oh
one.
my god! If Justin Fields gets picked here and I've just invited Rory into this chat, then we're going to get some laughs. You know what, Chris? He's the same size as me, 6 feet 201. It's just a shame that he's really fast and probably muscly, and I'm not. I'm just a blob.
Don't limit yourself, Sean. You could be just as good as Jamar Chase if you wanted to be.
Yeah. Just wasn't given the opportunity, James. That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Like you probably had like a knee injury or something that just hampered your career that you couldn't be like Jamar Chase.
I've had a couple.
Yeah, but both knees, yeah.
Okay, you probably should be even better. He's like, I don't want to say that about my pal.
It's the thing, isn't it? It's such a stupid question to ask. Will you be better than a guy who broke like some of the
Dolphins
most
pick is in.
Damn, Dolphins were quick, weren't they? Unless Jamar Chase just took so long to get to the stage.
Who's that they're watching? Is that Joe Burrow?
Joe Burrow.
Look at that brace on his left leg. Shame.
The
Get
scars.
on his right soon enough. Ruining a franchise quarterback by not
I
giving
mean,
him
if that's the case, I think the Dolphins take Sewell now. Then
I mean, he
You'd
would be an
think.
instant upgrade.
Oh, you boys are going to be interested with this pick. Oh, Rory's in the chat.
Oh, no.
Have you seen the pick?
No, not yet.
I won't ruin it.
we'll wait and get the live reaction because it'll be much better.
I've not looked up on Twitter.
I'm actually nervous.
Look at this draft haul.
There's two picks that I'm keen to see a reaction on. The first one is if it's Justin Fields, and the second one is if it's Devontae Smith.
Oh, surely not.
Look at that hole they got for Tunsil.
Wow. Why is he dressed like a Spartan but in Dolphins colours? I don't understand why.
Oh, this is going to be so interesting. Look at his face. Rory, see that group of fans there? That's all the fans you normally argue with on Facebook.
That's all the fans that go to the stadium. That's the lot of them.
Finn,
To be fair, I argue with a lot of them. So, yeah.
what is it, Finn,
Okay.
Finn Nation or something?
Yeah, there's a lot of them that I argue with, yeah.
Oh, dear
Chris, someone
Lord.
actually has a Fulgham jersey.
Here, we're saying about people having making sure they've got clothes on their lower half. That boy doesn't have any trousers on. The guy that's in the commissioner's chair.
Doesn't have any legs. Oh God.
Well, wait, I think I've got a message from Rory about Jalen Waddle being a top receiver.
I wouldn't take him at 6 though, when you could have had him at 12.
I thought it was only the Eagles that took croaked players.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's a shame we didn't have the headset this year, Rory, because I would have got.
My keyboard got flung.
It says 100 reception yards in each of 4 games of 2020. Yeah, he only played 4 games.
And then he died.
Santana Moore, the NFL comparison.
Well, at least we're consistent. 2 injured Alabama players. Back to that.
How about James? You'll be happy about that one.
What, Jalen Waddle?
Well, yeah, because Dolphins won't put any more threat on the Patriots if you pick him. Just picked him for 2 at throw him, have they?
Well, he's like Jones.
They went, the Bengals have given Joe Burrow his favourite target, so what we'll do is we'll give Tua his favourite target. Only difference is Burrow can actually throw the ball and Tua can't.
The thing is though, right, is I actually looked up some of the stats from Jalen Waddle, and I think it was he'd had his 4 games this year, he had over 100 yards. But in his 3 years at Alabama or 4 years at Alabama, he'd only had 600-yard games or 7 100-yard games. And all 4 of them came this year. And on top of that, it was something like in all of his 100-yard games, he had 1 reception that made up over half of his yards. So I'm like, not sure I'd be blowing my 6th pick on Jalen Waddle. Oh, the Lions didn't mess about either.
No.
I reckon. They've got to take Saul. Really? Surely?
Surely, yeah. The thing is, if they not got half decent tackles though, Dad's happy with the pick.
Why
Taylor Decker's good, but still, it's not great. And the way that Dan Campbell's talked about what he wants to build, you'd assume it's Penei Sewell or Rashawn Slater if he prefers him.
Yeah.
To be fair, I'm not sure the Lions will even be remotely interested in protecting Jared Goff. They might just want him to die.
I mean, it looks pretty nice on that list there.
Yeah, but between Will Fuller and Jalen Waddle, if you manage a combined 3 games, you'll reach game 5 and you won't have either of those 2, and you'll be. And the fact that they haven't even put Gesicki on that list is embarrassing because he was literally Tua's lifesaver last year.
Totally thought it was a picture of Tua in the background there with long hair, but it's not. It's Waddle.
The Lions,
it's the same person.
Total and scoring defense in 2020.
Is it Tua or Waddle? Same person.
The thing is, I don't get it because Tua's favourite target would probably be over Waddle. You'd have thought.
Yeah, but
because Smith certainly had more catches off him last year. Not last year, but the year before.
Oh, yeah. Smith would have had way more catches than Waddle last year.
I didn't want either of them, to be fair.
I mean, Alabama does have a pretty good track record for wide receivers, to be fair.
Well, except for Henry Ruggs.
Well, who have they had in recent years in the NFL?
Ridley.
Amari Cooper.
Ridley.
Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, Calvin Ridley. They've had quite a few.
There's Matt
Julio.
Jones.
Julio was, obviously.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's not Mac Jones for the Lions.
Why does he look like he's high?
Just
My-
Yeah, that's a good shirt, actually.
He doesn't look happy about that comment, does he? What's he on about?
But I must admit that Waddle over Smith pick reeks of taking Ruggs over Judy
Yeah.
last year.
But he's not making any sense when he's talking either.
Neither does two of those. That's fine. They'll understand each other.
The thing is, if they keep asking these questions and like he's going to stand up for his teammate, you know what I mean? What is going on in the Lions room?
They got Smith, maybe.
They probably get Sewell and thought, how has he felt to us?
Could be Smith. They could be thinking, "Oh, we got Smith instead of Waddle,"
Could be.
because they lost both their top wideouts, did they not?
Jones and
Yeah.
Golladay.
They've got
also.
Tyrell Williams and Brashad Perryman as their top receivers.
Ugh.
And they lost Matt Stafford and ended up with Jared Goff. So that passing game is just mint.
The golf line, as we now call it.
No, I thought he was below the line.
No, it used to be the.
I mean, TJ Hawkinson, he's going to have to do all the heavy lifting this year.
Yeah, he's at. It used to be the Dalton line, but we've now called it the golf line. He's just.
Sounds about right.
He's so average.
No, there you go,
Sewell.
Sewell.
That's a smart pick.
To be fair,
Although he doesn't look overly impressed.
he's probably thinking, "I'm going from."
Oh no, he's all right. It was before the pick was made. I genuinely thought he was.
Is that him or is that his dad?
No, that's his dad.
That's the one going mad.
He's a big lump in the middle. Here he is.
And then Sewell stands
Such
up
a
and makes him
big
look
dude,
small.
though. What is this? Oh dear God!
Can you see this, James?
He's only just made the pick.
The 90-year-old Bob the Builder on stage.
Why though? It just makes no sense.
Well, to be fair, none of them were really a huge shock other than Waddle so far.
Yeah.
Jace,
What is the Bob the Builder?
huh?
You've seen him.
I've just seen the Bob the Builder. What is this?
You know for a fact somebody's sitting at home going, "Oh, for God's sake, Granda, get off the stage."
100%.
Everyone else has gotten up and sat on the seat and been all right until Bob the Builder up there decides, he's had one too many pints and he's off.
In his dungaree shorts, dancing with Roger Goodall.
Nah, they gave him a Smirnoff Ice and that was it.
Take the t-shirt off and he's just Farmer Fred.
Farmer Fran.
Is it Farmer Fran?
Aye, from Waterboy.
Yeah. Who knows what the teams do with just Farmer Fran watching them? Oh man, this is. The thing is the Lions have just picked really well, but Carolina will be absolutely gutted. I would think that they'd have thought they were getting him. They might take Slater still though.
Yeah, I could see him taking Slater. I like Slater for Carolina. It was one of the picks that I think I had it in my mock. I can't remember.
It's just Taj Boyd on Twitter has just put Chase, Higgins, Boyd, fire. And the first comment back is, but Joe Burrow's going to have no legs.
Well, Justin Furset's tweeted saying, so the Bengals care nothing about Burrow's safety. I just, this, like, there might be absolute class in the field, but it's going to have to be Kyle Brandt, the Bengals just chose the Ferrari over the Suburban.
Yeah, but that's not much use when they've got 3 kids.
Strap them onto
You know how
the
you know how happy Dan Campbell was there in that video. He said Adam Schefter said one NFL coach, head coach, called Lions first round pick Penny Sewell the one surefire Hall of Famer in the draft class. You think it was maybe Dan Campbell, and now he's like, yes, we got the one sure. But the Lions have done well for him to drop to them.
Oh yeah, I didn't expect. I did think the Bengals were going to take him, and then I thought if the Bengals didn't, the Dolphins would, and they'd pick up a receiver later on. But
this could easily be Slater. This could be the
Is
two
this
tackles
Justin
go one
Fields?
after another. Huh?
yeah, it could easily be one of the QBs if Carolina likes him.
Imagine
I
taking
think this
Waddle
could
before
also
Sewell.
be Micah.
Do the Panthers need a linebacker? Do they not have
They need defense.
do they?
I thought we agreed they
because-
took all defense last year.
They took all defense last year.
Yeah, they did. Derek Brown wasn't great,
Oh,
but
they considered
he was
taking
pretty good.
Justin Fields, Adam Schefter saying.
Sure, that'll be offensive line then.
Oh, JC Horn's the
God.
other choice.
If JC Horn goes to Carolina Panthers, I'm just finished.
He's a homer pick. That's a homer pick.
Yeah, but not for me.
No, not for you.
But the problem
Yeah,
is,
but-
if JC Horn goes now, Sertan will be gone before the Eagles pick, and we're doomed.
Get Smith.
You can take Caleb Farley.
Yeah, but Fairley is there. He's injured. He's
Yeah, but then
fit your
picking
bill.
at 12 is nonsense.
So trade back.
You might get Smith at 12. That'd be a good pick.
Who?
Smith. Devontae Smith.
There's still a Santi Samuel as well. I still rate him.
Not at 12.
No, maybe not.
Get him in the
12.
20s.
If they trade back.
Oh, I've seen who it is.
Horn, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think they're just going to go Justin Fields. Just for banter.
I'm going to laugh so hard if Matt Jones falls to the second round. So hard. Because we've been
I
saying
mean,
for
it's
weeks
possible,
and
but-
months he's second round pick.
I just think someone will, if he does make it to the end of the first, someone's going to trade back in and take him so they get that 5th-year option on him.
Yeah. I no doubt what will happen is what's happened to me before. I've stayed up to the end of the first round. Oh, wait a minute.
Maybe they go in all defense again.
Yeah, what will happen to me is what's happened to me before. The Ravens are always the last picks in the first round. I wait until the time comes and then they trade out the first round. And you're like, oh,
It's always the same with the Patriots.
So the Eagles literally traded out of the range of JC Horn. And well, they said if anyone was going to break the top 10 for defensive picks, it was going to be JC Horn or Sertan. So there we go. Twitched up. He is chippy. He speaks a lot. He talks a lot of trash.
I hate those guys.
Yeah, but you don't mind it when he can back it up.
See, that's just a terrible throw, though. That's not good. That is good defensive coverage. But the first one was just a terrible throw. That's a terrible throw.
It's Bo Nix, what you expect?
You notice in every single one of these clips that he's literally within half an inch of his receiver.
I want to know what his pro comparison is. That's what I'm really here for.
Probably Jalen Ramsey, to be fair.
I want to know what all-time great / Hall of Famer he compares to.
So the one person that could save the draft for the Eagles for me is gone.
Oh,
You never know.
imagine the Eagles
Dallas might do something.
Imagine the Eagles take Justin Fields. Imagine.
That would make me feel a lot better.
You'll have to put Chris on mute. The swearing will be unreal.
So I've got my finger over the button.
So what's it? Broncos next, and then Dallas.
You know what?
Cowboys.
You know what's actually going to
Yeah.
happen, don't you? The Eagles are going to take Mac Jones, and I'm just going to cry.
No, surely not.
Alabama teammates, him and Hurts. Yay!
Well, I won a nice little bet there with JC Horn as the first corner.
That's a good bet. Safe bet.
Well, he was the second favourite because Satan was the favourite to go first, and then
Oh, was he?
I've
I
got things we spoke about this heaps, and I always liked Horn over Sertan.
I think a lot of people do. It was just the Bama pedigree that had people taking Satan over Horn.
Yeah.
Do you know what's really annoying? I had Lawrence, Wilson, Pitts, Chase, and Devontae Smith in Miami for a 12-1 bet. Good.
So Miami screwed you and Rory.
Indeed.
I don't mind Waddle, but I
160
wouldn't have him at
pounds.
6.
What's that?
I don't mind Waddle, but I wouldn't have him at 6. We could have probably got him at 12.
But you don't have the 12th pick.
No, but if we hadn't traded back to the 6 with the Eagles, we could have maybe got him at 12.
Ah, right, yeah, you could have, yeah.
It certainly looks like we'd have got the pick between Smith and Waddle.
Smith must be sitting there going, what more do I need to do here, guys? You know,
Beef
I
up.
had 1,700 yards last year. I won the Heisman. I made everybody look stupid.
Yeah.
Trevor,
Waddle
you
got
know-
croaked and he got picked.
You know how you seen Trevor Lawrence doing his own little draft party? He literally had a wings truck.
Did he? Someone's tweeted saying, Bears, go get Justin Fields now. It'll be such a Matt Nagy thing to do.
Nah, Matt Nagy's a Mac Jones. He's a Mac Jones guy.
Probably more of a Jalen Mon guy, actually.
Kellen
Oh, man.
Mond.
Alright,
Where
man.
the Broncos are taking their time, aren't they?
Maybe field and trade offers.
Yeah, they maybe try and trade back. Saying that, they could take Parsons here and they would have a ridiculous defense. Like, seriously good defense.
Oh God.
Mark Wahlberg.
We love Mark Wahlberg.
Class screen, that, like. Here you go, best player available. Devontae Smith, Justin Fields, Patrick Surtain, Slater, Parsons. Oof.
How long's left on the Broncos?
Who the
pick for you?
Broncos got their? They've got
One
Chubb
minute.
and Miller, do they?
No. I mean, they could take a corner. I know they've got Kyle Fuller, but they still need another corner, really.
Have they got Harris as well?
No, he's with the Chargers, but I think now he's a free agent. But he's slipped off a bit of a cliff with his age.
Yeah.
They're really pushing this Mac Jones thing now. Every team that comes up, they could pick Mac Jones.
Matt Jones just sitting there like,
It's going to get to the Chiefs, and they're like, they might take him as a backup.
cheap. He does not look happy, does he? Justin, give us a smile.
Looks proper baked, doesn't he?
Seriously, every time it goes to Mac Jones,
What's in those brownies he was eating?
we're just waiting for the Laramie Tunsil video style to come out of Mac Jones. Just him in a gas mask smoking a bong.
I did see someone tweet something saying, "I hope we get a video of Sewell with a bong so we can get him at 18 or whatever it was."
Oh, man.
Yeah, I was waiting to say, there's nowhere Denver are taking Smith.
No, they didn't trade back then.
Oh,
I think they
Ronald
were
Darby.
obviously trying to. He was mince in Philly.
Even the analysts don't know who this pick is. They're all saying different people. But this should be either offensive line or Parsons. Yeah, I guess you could go Surtain. If you go Surtain, Chris cries, and then
But
No,
look,
I'm not
Dallas
going
fans,
going Surtain. I wanted JC
Yeah, but
Horn. Oh dear!
if the Cowboys can't take Satan, then that's a win for Chris as well.
Why is there a giant traffic
True.
cone on stage?
Can't be Fields, is it? Oh,
Surtain.
Oh, okay.
Really good coverage corner.
You okay there, Chris?
I mean, it's literally everything I said. Like,
But
I seen
Chris,
people
give you-
saying, "Oh, I don't mind the Eagles trading out of 6 to get to 12 because they'll get somebody they like at 12 or whatever." But the problem is that going from 6 to 12, they were ending up missing out on the best receivers, the best corner, the best defensive lineman. They were basically missing out on the best person at every position, and it's coming true.
although
The two best corners gone.
Smith.
the way things are going right now, though, Parsons might drop to you. A homer pick.
I mean, I like him, and we need a linebacker, but we did also we signed what's his name from the Vikings, but we've got literally there is not a single NFL wide receiver on that Eagles roster. Like
Yeah.
people will say, "Oh, but you've got guys like Greg Ward and Jalen Reagor." They're not like
I love
they're not.
Greg Ward.
They're not even NFL caliber guys.
So, but Smith isn't. Who's left? Who's next to pick? Then Cowboys, and then
Dallas Giants.
Dallas
and then-
Giants.
none of them are taking a wide receiver though. So
Yeah,
Smith's
so
going
Smith
to
will
be
do
there for
that.
the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants could potentially take a receiver, but I don't think they'd take Devonta Smith.
I don't think so. I surely no.
You're also not going to rule out Dallas doing the classic. The Eagles need a receiver, so we're just going to take Smith for banter. But to be
You
fair,
know
the
what-
Dallas Cowboys with Lee retiring could use Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, they took Van Der Esch a couple of years ago, but with Lee retiring, you're right, that's one space open. But there's no way the Giants or Dallas Cowboys take a wide receiver. Surely not.
No, I think Dallas are going to take Parsons.
They might do, yeah. They need defensive help as well. They need a corner as well, which is obviously a bit of a bummer now for them.
Yeah, they were a lock for either Horn or Satan before these last two picks. But yeah, I think, Van Der Esch had a great rookie season, but he's kind of fallen off a little bit. Sean Lee just announced his retirement, not that he was doing much anyway anymore. And then, what's the other guy? Jalen something? I can't remember his second name.
That's a slick
Of
suit.
course,
as well.
his dad was a dolphin, was he?
I'm pretty sure his dad was a human, but
There you go, Chris.
yeah.
You might get Smith.
I'm just not sure how I feel about that.
You're almost guaranteed Smith or Parsons at this point.
Could even get Slater as well, left tackle.
And Jason, and obviously Jalen Hurts will have played with Smith for a bit.
Oh God, here we go. NFL comparison. Richard Sherman.
Yeah, but Chris, what did I say to you about that?
Why is the jersey maker bedazzled?
I've no idea. I did see that.
Why is it just covered in jewels? What what am I missing here?
But Chris, what
No
did I
idea.
say to you a couple of weeks ago about Patrick Surtain? He's identical to Richard Sherman. Good cover corner for coverages, but not so good in man. Excellent coverage corner. Where's Jerry Jones?
I was just about to say that. Where's Jerry?
He's coming in off the boat.
Not
Oh, they're
trade. The
traded.
Eagles are up. Wait, the Eagles changed with the Cowboys.
Uh-oh.
Trade alert. We need a siren.
Oh, imagine
That
if they'd
shouldn't-
been someone they
No,
could
the
have got
Eagles
anyway.
and Dallas shouldn't be trading each other.
Alarm
Oh,
bells.
Unless the
Go.
Cowboys have absolutely rinsed them.
See if this is the thing is if
Fields.
this is Smith, it's stupid because none of the two teams are going to pick it. If this is
Fields,
Parsons,
Fields,
it's
Fields.
stupid.
Go on, get that QB.
Telling
Fields
you.
of Jones. Brilliant.
Yikes. Jordan Matthews over Devontae Adams and James Robinson.
Yeah, I seen that already.
Oh my God. Who lets Howie Roseman make picks?
Oh my word. That's an absolute rotten streak. Their last 4 wide receiver picks were all picked in front of 2 like league leading
Give up a
receivers.
third round pick to move up 2 places.
Well, Roseman knows best, right? Trust in Howie.
Why did we even move back from 6?
It's the vaccination getting to his head.
They are right there. The Cowboys needed a corner.
Yeah, but they also
So-
needed a linebacker. But they're obviously happy they can get Parsons at 12.
Or yeah, but they've also got Van Der Esch that plays the same position.
Yeah, but you need more than just him, though. That's the problem. That's a valid point. Later, the Dallas Cowboys do need offensive line.
Yeah.
Stop speaking about Field and Jones. Honestly, I swear to God, they're both shit. Leave them alone. Every pick, they're still on the board. We know. We know.
If this is Mac Jones, I genuinely hope Howie Roseman gets banished to the Antarctica, never to be seen again.
Look at that added. Joe Flacco, hero.
I can't wait till we get our next video of teams laughing at Howie Roseman's pick. It's just going to become a compilation in a few years. You're just going to have 31 NFL teams GMs going.
Come on, Howie, you traded up. You've got a minute and a half left, lad. Come on.
Traded up and now he can't decide what he wants.
He was just like, you know what? I feel like going to 10.
I've got
So I
11
don't like
picks.
the number
I'm going
12,
to
I
10.
prefer the number 10. So who are you going for?
I just didn't fancy that
We're
third
literally
rounder.
running the clock to 0.
Imagine it was like your fantasy football picks where it just picked someone at random if you didn't pick someone.
Just auto drafted you.
They forfeit the pick if they don't pick.
and it auto drafts Mac Jones.
I genuinely don't understand who we're trying to outdo here for a pick. Like,
Oh, they reckon they're going for Slater at left tackle.
I mean, I could have seen the Giants maybe take a tackle, but
watch this. It'll be some sort of wide receiver out of South Dakota State Christian Church or something like. But he got 600 one season and 3 touchdowns.
And one.
it'll be the guy who came in at 140 pounds.
No, they'll be picking that running back from Buffalo. It's how we watched him in the one game where he scored 3.
What about Carl Trask? Maybe.
Could you imagine that? We picked Buffalo and like, why did you pick him? He scored 8 touchdowns. That was one time, Howie. That was one time.
And here comes the pain.
You wouldn't be disappointed with Slater, though.
I wouldn't be disappointed, but it'd be such like a meh. Like, meh. Bearing in mind, we'd still have no wide receivers and no cornerbacks. Oh, it's my main man.
You've got a second round pick, though, have you?
Oh, there we go.
You got more than one second round pick, the Eagles.
Can't remember.
Here we go.
I'm ready to be hurt again.
You won't be hurt. Don't worry. See, the thing is, I did say I could see the Giants potentially going receiver, so I just didn't think they would have took Devonta.
If the Giants were going to take him, then
but I didn't think Dave, because Dave Gettleman's an old football guy, so he wouldn't have took him because he's 166 pounds.
NFL comparison: Isaac Bruce. Why did they trade up for them?
The only reason they would have traded up from is what James said, is if they thought the Giants were going to take him.
Or maybe they'd heard that other teams were trying to trade in front of them for Devonta.
He doesn't look overly happy he's ended up at the Eagles. I'm not going to lie.
Would you be?
Look at him. Oh, for God's sake, I've ended up at that shite show.
I mean, you have heard about Eagles fans, right?
Eh?
You have heard about Eagles fans, right?
A home run pick. It's hardly a home run pick yet, guys.
Well, he's instantly the number 1 receiver on our team. That's the worst part.
He's so skinny.
He's also the best receiver in the draft, no matter other than Chase.
I do feel like I could snap him in half.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is none of us could catch him.
Nah, true. I'd do my best effort.
Wouldn't need to if it was windy in Philadelphia. He'd just blow over.
Maybe that's the plan. Maybe they're going to turn him into the first flying NFL player.
Smith's already down the line. He's running. He's going to... Oh, he's been blown over there.
What that? I get the Eagles fans were frustrated last year that they passed on Justin Jefferson. Well, it wasn't frustrated. Frustrated doesn't even come close.
He's got such a baby face as well. He literally looks like a child.
Who did you take in the our mock draft for the Eagles?
JC Horn, I think.
It was just wishful thinking.
They've compared him to a basketball player.
Oh, Chicago are in.
What, Nate Robinson?
Bears are traded up.
Oh.
Do you know? Did you know Forty Smith played basketball, Chris?
Oh, Chicago. Wait, what?
So the Giants have traded down.
Yeah, that would suggest Giants were after Smith then, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh,
which suddenly makes Howie's move actually make sense.
For a third rounder as well, that's pretty good.
The Bears.
Anytime you've got 11 picks.
Kyle Brandt just tweeted like maybe 20 minutes ago to say Bears come up and get Justin Fields. Matt Nagy was obviously going, okay then. Idiot. I hope this is
How much
Justin Fields. Just so I can
Every time the Bears have traded up, yeah, but is it Justin Fields or is it Mac Jones?
Giants got a first rounder from the Bears to move up.
Mac Jones and Trubisky
You got
literally
first
look at the same.
rounder.
Yeah.
Did you just the Giants?
They
So
gave
to
up a
move up
first
to move
rounder.
up 9 picks, it cost them a first rounder.
20 to 11. Grim. Going to be a QB then.
Eh?
Yeah, you'd have to think they're not giving up a first rounder for anything else. They're probably jumping ahead of the Patriots, I would have thought, because they think that the Patriots will want to take one of them.
He doesn't look overly enthusiastic, does he?
I don't think any of them have looked particularly
it's a first-
enthusiastic except for Zach Wilson.
Wait, it was next year's first. Next year's first.
Well,
Yeah.
Nagy won't be there next year, so it doesn't matter. He's no
Yeah,
caring.
that's it.
And a fourth.
Just,
If it doesn't cut, if that pick doesn't come off, Nagy won't be there
Oh,
next year,
wow.
so he won't give to.
no, it's number 22, a fourth this year, a fourth next year, and a first next year.
That's so, what is it with the Bears and just giving the house away?
Pick to you, pick to you, pick to everybody. Yeah, but Chris, what did we say? Justin Fields needs a really good run game to be good. Bears don't run the ball at
They got
all.
David Montgomery.
Yeah, they never use him.
Yeah, it's like.
Oh,
you've
yeah,
got a really
100-yard
good
game for
running back there,
Montgomery.
Nagy.
Next game, runs him 5 times.
You've got a really good running back there, Nagy. Why don't you use him? No, we've got Trubisky. He can throw. You can.
First and 10, running back goes for 9 yards. Second and 1. Let's throw it deep. Third and 1. Throw it deep. Fourth and 1. Throw it deep.
In case you didn't know, James, I do not like Nagy. I do not rate him in the
Yeah.
slightest.
Yeah, I don't rate him either.
This has got to be Justin Fields.
He's awful.
You give up that much, this has got to be Justin Fields.
You've got to think.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The Bears has Mac Jones written all over it, but this has to be.
It really does.
Do you think the thing is? Do you think they're sitting there and Fields is sitting there going, 49ers, amazing offensive line, and then he's going, the Bears have traded up. Oh God.
We've been trying
He
to
just
get a hold of
immediately
Justin
commits
Fields for the
suicide.
last 5 minutes, but he's not answering his phone. I'm not answering that.
Yeah, he sees the tweet notification that they've traded off, just turns his phone off.
And it comes.
Disconnects the line.
The camera cuts to him and you just see him with a pair of like garden shears cutting the hard line.
Oh dear.
Chicago Bears. Oh, I know for a fact if this is Justin Fields, if this is Justin Fields' freezing cold takes are already going to have the QB1 tweet of Andy Dalton from the Bears on like speed. Yeah, I genuinely think he's an android.
Oh, he's got to be.
Rogue times and just says the most robotic things ever.
There we go then.
Right.
To be Justin Fields.
Get on with the pick.
Get on with the pick. Nothing on Pat McAfee last year, winding up all the Titans fans.
Who's the black guy behind him?
It had to be.
I haven't got the sound on.
It had to be Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. Let's see how
As
happy
much-
he is.
Yeah.
Right, where's that Andy Dalton tweet?
Andy Dalton is fuming right now. He's going to his agent to request a trade as we speak.
Come
He does
on.
not look happy.
He doesn't look overly amused.
Carlos Nelson,
Bears
CEO
account.
of the Greater Auburn Gresham Development Corporation.
There's the Chicago Bears account.
I forgot the Bears tried to trade for Russell Wilson. A big play hunter, Chris. He's a big play hunter.
What's his NFL comparison, though?
Explosive arm and leg. That's a bit cheating, is it, though?
Teddy Bridgewater had an explosive leg.
I bet you've deleted it already.
That's elite social media if they actually have.
Come on, where is it?
Small windows. Small windows. Got half the end zone to throw that into. One of the greatest throws you'll ever see. Come on.
It was behind him.
I'm desperately searching for it.
Can you not just search in Twitter, just Andy Dalton will be our starter?
Hmm?
I have
You
no
just
idea.
search- Yeah, you should be able to find it that way.
Don't even know when they traded for him
Well, didn't they sign him?
or when they signed him. I
I
don't know when.
expect him to be out there week one. Andy Dalton. How will it change the... Oh, these analysts are so stupid.
I found it!
That might change the division. Yeah, you're right, because it's going to make them beat the Vikings or the Packers. We find it.
QB1.
Tag freezing cold takes in it. Savage. Here comes Dallas. This will be an interesting.
I reckon
pick.
they're taking Micah Parsons again. Because,
Is there any good tight ends left?
no.
Yeah, the boy from Miami.
There's the boy from Penn State as well, but he'll be a second round pick, I would think.
If any tight ends go in the rest of this first round, I will be shocked.
If you get a chance, you've got to go and see Eagles Twitter. Basically congratulating Howie on finally not fucking it up.
Oh, God.
Nothing till
I just
Christmas.
turned on my-
Rashawn Slater.
I just turned on my Twitter and all I got is that old man dancing in his dungarees.
Come on, old takes exposed. Don't let me down.
Come on, Jerry, go and screw things up. Go on, just pick someone. Come off your yacht. Do what you want to do.
So glad I found that.
Did Dallas not need defensive line as well?
They need offensive.
I mean,
line,
they need a lot.
line, linebacker, cornerback.
They definitely needed a corner. Their corners are rotten.
But the Chargers to take Slater, if Dallas haven't picked him already.
That'd be a
Yeah,
huge
Chargers will take Slater.
That'd be a
Chargers
huge
have been
pick.
loving it.
They'll be sitting laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he comes.
Oh my word! Look at the Cowboys person sitting in the chair.
Why couldn't they just have one of the cheerleaders? It'd been so much better. Oh my god, look at the guy coming in here to read the pick. Oh, it's a lassie. It's even
I
worse.
was going to say, I wasn't sure.
Guido's like, she's excited.
Yeah. Like I thought.
Parsons, is it?
Yep.
Thought it would be
What's that?
Parsons.
Oh, is he gone, is he? To be fair, it's a good pick for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. There isn't enough value here at corner, I don't think. I think the next corner will go like in the 20s.
Bleacher Report got a hold of it.
If,
I mean, it could still be the starter, I guess, if Fields struggles. But yeah, Parsons here, I think, it was needed after the two top corners went. It was kind of inevitable. They just needed some defensive piece. They can pick up a corner in the second round that's half decent. Like they had Trayvon Diggs last year. They can pick up another piece here.
he's happy, see, that's a happy guy going where he's going.
I'm glad about
That's a
that 'cause
happy
he's
dude.
like Parsons. He's a beast.
So you got a wee one already?
Probably. I think so. No, but I mean, is he not? I thought was he not like a fourth year guy?
He would have been this year, I think.
Yeah.
Turtleneck sweater. He's going for the Dwayne the Rock Johnson look. He's only missing the bum bag. A fanny pack, as they call it over there, is it?
I'm glad he's at Dallas. He's a good player.
Sorry, you'll be able to run right up the middle with that. Hurts. He's going to get Hurts running at
Hurts
him.
been throwing them on the outside.
Yeah, it's like, Devontae Smith is wide. Oh, right. Can't throw to him.
Devontae Smith is triple covered because no other receivers either fit or even remotely worth a shit.
You never know. Rager might come back fighting fit next season.
Yeah, PFF promoting a target and foul on him as a way of a negative against Parsons was just just such a poor thing. Yeah. Oh, meet this running back. Yes, meet this penalty flag.
Yeah. He's 6'3", 246. Jeez, even bigger than I thought he was.
He was very happy to see the commish.
See, speaking about Leighton Vander Esch, he's the same type of player, so they're maybe going to have to plug them both right next to each other.
Oof.
Well, Rappaport says he expects Dallas to decline the fifth-year option on Van Der Esch because of this pick.
Oh,
putting him in a contract year. So
well, he might play well.
Let someone else overpay him.
Hey,
Let someone else overpay for him.
I mean, generally, Jerry Jones doesn't overpay on anybody, does he?
Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
No. Well, other than Dak Prescott, who they've massively overpaid for.
and Amari Cooper and DeMarcus Lawrence.
DeMarcus Lawrence is such a waste of money.
Like Frank Clark. D Ford.
At least he does not Robert Quinn. Guys made so much money out of being terrible.
Saquon Barkley, congrats. Also Saquon Barkley.
No. Forgot he was running straight into his old teammate. Why is this taking the Chargers so long? Surely they were like, Slater.
Maybe
done.
fielding trade calls. They maybe feel like they can get Slater a bit further down.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect the Cardinals or the Patriots to take
Oh,
him.
but-
I mean, potentially Patriots, but probably not.
But the Chargers' new head coach is a DC, is he?
Yeah.
Maybe he's thinking defense. No, Dad, I don't.
One of the main differences with that is that Tannehill went to the Titans, where you could literally hand the ball off to Derrick Henry 20 times a game, and he would just absolutely destroy teams. Now, Darnold's obviously going to have McCaffrey, which is a completely different kind of animal, but he's still an absolute beast. But generally, I mean, I wouldn't go as far as saying Tannehill's thrived. He's done all right in a good team. I genuinely...
He's not really had to make any huge plays, has he?
And when he does, he normally makes a mess of it.
We're in a hole, Derek. We're looking good, Derek.
But the flip side to that is if you've got Derrick Henry in your team, why don't you hand him the ball?
Oh yeah.
But again, as we said earlier, I'm not high on Darnold, but I kind of like him. I think he'll do okay. I mean, just for him being away from the Jets, an upgrade.
I'm actually really interested to see the Vikings pick because they desperately need defensive line. Desperately need defensive line.
I think it'll be defense just because Mike Zimmer said this is the worst defense I've ever had in my career, and he doesn't like that.
Well, they lost Daniel Hunter to injury. They lost Ngakoue to the Ravens.
The thing with this Chargers,
injury.
Right? The thing with this Chargers pick is that who's it that's coming as head coach of the Chargers?
Brandon Staley.
Yeah.
Right? The main thing is just purely by being able to read a clock, he's going to add about 4 wins to that Chargers team.
Yeah, because Lynn was useless.
I've never seen somebody as bad as Lynn at clock management. He was atrocious. So instantly, you're going to add wins to that team just by being able to tell that what time is left on the clock.
What was the really bad error he made? Was it like 3rd down and he ran it with 20 seconds left or something?
Yeah.
Oh, he was hopeless.
I think he'll still be good as a coordinator, but yeah, not a head coach.
That's it. I think generally they made a lot of decent plays, but in crunch time when they needed him to really be on the ball, he just wasn't. Every single time he was just always a step behind, and it was wild.
He very much seems like the folk that but he's a really nice guy. Yeah, but he sucks. But he's a really nice guy.
But he's probably one of these guys.
He's one of the players' coaches.
He's really switched on. He knows his his schemes. He knows how he wants to run them, but he can't do that at the same time as managing the game.
Is he got another job or is he homeless?
Yeah, no, he's got a coordinator job somewhere. I can't remember where. Hard luck.
I can't remember where. I remember seeing it. I thought he'd went somewhere, but I wasn't sure. Can you hear my TV, by the way?
Slightly. Anyone want to guess where he's the offensive coordinator now?
Lions.
There you go.
Where?
Is he actually?
Yeah, Detroit.
Oh, well, I won't have a problem with clock management there.
I think he'll always be behind.
Well, I
Yeah.
don't think you'll. Maybe that's why they're hiding, because they're like, well, we want to kind of tank this year, so.
Is the British Grand Prix this weekend, Chris?
No, Portuguese.
No, yeah. Should have just waited 2 seconds. It gave me the answer. Right, do we think this is Slater then?
I think it's Slater.
If it isn't Slayer, I'll be very, very surprised.
But I think they'll be pretty happy getting to 13, and not that he's still there, because I think they would probably thought he would be, but I think they'll be quite happy to take him at 13.
Yeah, because
Who
I
did they get? They
always
got-
thought they'd have to get Darasaur instead.
They
Yeah,
got who?
I agree.
They got who? Lindsay. They got Lindsay to play centre. Who else did they get on the offensive line?
I don't know. They got rid of Trey Turner, who they traded for from the Panthers.
They got in someone else as well on the other line, did they?
They've got Brian Bulaga on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there probably is another person, but no one of massive interest, I don't think.
Slater.
Ooh. Oh, it is him, yeah.
It's a good pick. It's a solid pick.
He's just a mountain of a man, is he? Look.
Who the
I
hell's
didn't realize he
that?
was Slater Jr.
Please tell me he's standing on a table.
He looks like it.
He must be. There's no way he's that big.
He's a big dude, Slater, is he?
He's huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Does he not lift ridiculous weights as well?
Yeah, I've seen some videos of him. Massive mountain of a dude.
That's a nice suit as well.
Doesn't fit him though.
I mean, it must be pretty hard to find a suit to fit a guy that big.
As if he's not tailored it.
Still.
You can still tailor to huge.
No sacks allowed in 2019.
None.
None at all.
5 in his career. That's a nice pick. I like that pick.
It's a good pick, yeah.
It's probably one of the better picks. They just let him fall, let him fall, let him fall, and it all fell into place.
And the thing is, they probably could have got him maybe about 15, 16, but it's just not worth it.
Potentially. Yeah.
Like it's
6'4",
It's not like you're
304
sitting there at 13 thinking, oh, they should have maybe gone a bit later. At 13, quite happy taking a tackle like that.
Battle Chase Young. Yeah, he ruined Chase Young.
Zach Martin. Balanced and bend. Battle Chase Young. Zach Martin.
Like, this is him versus Chase Young. Easy.
Wrecked him.
Oh, I've just seen that like weird little pole with the cameras on them. Like they just follow the picks. It looked creepy.
That's a big
Nice.
man going downfield.
You wouldn't want to see him coming in the corner, would you?
Oh,
I can
dear.
take him.
Oh, dear. Chargers with the best colors in the NFL. Wow, they're really struggling for praise. 2019 All Big Ten honorable mention.
Ooh, Jets. Trade.
Ooh, hello. Who are they moving up for in front of the Patriots?
Who's still left on
Mac
the
Jones.
Double up.
Mac Jones just in
They're
case Zach
just
Wilson's
looking Mac
back.
Jones to hack off the Patriots. Or Bill Belichick's been leaking that they're going to take Mac Jones all week to force the Jets to do something stupid.
Running back, maybe, but why would you jump?
Not this high up, I don't think.
Well, it's not going to be a wide receiver, is it?
No. Maybe an edge rusher if they really like one of them.
Hey,
Their defensive line's good though, is it?
They're trading up for Payne.
It's all right. What else would What else would say the Patriots like? Wide receiver, tackle, corner, maybe if they like one of the other corners. I really don't know what they'd be trading up for at this point to jump in front of the Patriots.
might not just be the Patriots they're jumping ahead of.
Yeah, Cardinals.
Which one will be interesting to see because I can't think either, other than a cornerback that they desperately need.
Let's see what Dad's just said, but I think it's way too early to be taking a running back.
Yeah, if they take Etienne here, that'll be a funny one. Be interesting to see what they paid to move up from 23 to 14 after that Giants trade.
I can see it though, because Dolphins could have easily taken a running back, and they've jumped ahead of them.
Who's the
For-
best?
You never know.
For
You never
Travis,
know what the
Etienne-
Patriots are going to do.
I really, really, really hope not.
Do the Jets not
I
need
hope
a center or a guard though?
Well, yeah, but not here. They could easily
Is there
get
no
them
big
20s
time
where they were.
guards? Is there no big time guards worth a 14th pick?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, people have been saying that Slater's better at guard, but he's gone. So
Vita Tucker's decent, but I wouldn't have them at 14.
Who's the center we liked? Boy from, is it Oklahoma?
Humphrey, but again, you could maybe even get him second round.
Is that Creed?
Creed. Where's he from?
Oklahoma,
he's-
you're right.
Creed Humphrey, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Creed.
Last name.
Quality football name, that is. Everyone
Not quite
wants
as good as Merciless.
Whitney Merciless.
We met Merciless.
Or
She's a
Cannon.
monster of a human being. Did Dolphins pick again at 18, Rory?
Yeah.
Let's see if it can
How
save
bad's
it tonight.
Fairley's back?
Huh?
How bad's
some
Fairley's
teams
back?
completely took him off the board. Some teams say, "Oh yeah, he's probably going to be fine. Like we don't have an issue with it." And some teams have been like, it could basically go at any point. So, yeah, I think for him, I put him either going to the Jets or the Jags simply because they have 2 picks each and they can sort of risk reward it. So, like, if one of their picks busts, they've still got they're at the first rounder.
But you wouldn't trade up for him.
No, but the Jets do really need a corner, so it depends what it cost them to
There
move
you
up,
go.
really.
They got a 4th round pick is all they gave up.
What?
No,
Oh,
no.
they have
Oh,
they have
2
taken
third-round
Elijah.
picks.
No, they gave up 2 third-round picks.
2 third round picks. I was reading the wrong way around.
Peter
That's
Tucker.
not
Right,
bad,
they
really. 2/3
They
round
moved up
picks
for
to
O
go up.
line. Moving up for O line.
Interesting.
Not bad, I guess. I guess they do need it with Trevor.
Yeah, they might think there was going to be a runnable lineman now that Slater's gone, so that might be why they came up.
But why has that only cost them like 2 third-rounders, and it cost the Eagles, it cost the Chicago a first rounder, two fourths, and
Basically, because it's kind of like dealing with Bill O'Brien. You know, you can just absolutely rip them for whatever you want, and they're just going to give you it.
no, what it was, it was like
value a QB as well.
Matt Nagy was like, I'll give you this if you give me a job on your staff next year when I'm fired.
Here he comes. I think this is. They're saying they think this is going to be Vera Tucker.
It is.
Have you already checked?
There'll be a spoil sport.
It wasn't me. It's on the screen.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
He can play tackle as well.
They were obviously worried about a lot of linemen starting to go.
And this is sort of the range I was expecting them, and then like the early 20s, because obviously the Colts desperately need a tackle.
A defensive.
Steelers could use one. No, they need both.
Yeah.
I'd say so. I mean, no, to be fair, they've got Buckner.
I mean,
Position flexibility, consistent, and anchor.
imagine putting him in next to Becton. Imagine that left-hand side. It'd just be like running into like 570 pounds of just meat.
Oh, I've just seen who the Patriots are taking.
Oh, are they next?
Mac Jones, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gads.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
Oh man, please be Mac Jones with a laugh.
It's a punter.
This isn't the Canadian football draft. Punter.
No, all the punters would have already gone.
Yeah, I know.
Where's Billy B's dog?
I laugh at how all the teams have about 20 folk in their draft room, and the Patriots have Robert Kraft, Bill Belichick, and some other random dude.
That's the guy that keeps Belichick's chair warm. That's all he's there to do.
That's the
Probably
ref they
anyway.
drafted.
Their only Pro Bowler is a punter.
Wow.
I guess if you think about it, they never really have been drafting until the 30s for so long.
Yeah, they're always the late draft.
How many first round picks is Saban up to now? Is that what, 37?
Something like that.
Some are ridiculous.
Apparently, the Patriots pick was in immediately.
Steelers sign Mason Rudolph to a 1-year extension.
Yeah. Seen that earlier.
Why though?
Hmm?
Why though?
Well, they've signed Haskins, which is just hilarious. Alright, there's no need to have that.
Oh, he's such a Bill Belichick pick.
Here he comes.
He's such a weird walker. Gets his arms going. Well, he's not wasting any time, is he?
And it looks like he should be a golfer, not a football player.
He looks a lot like Zach Wilson in the face.
No, Matt Ryan.
Touch and timing, best on schedule, Matt Ryan.
God, he just snatches that cat, doesn't he? You're like, oh, I'm gone.
He walked really fast through.
A nice quick release into a wide open receiver.
Yeah, it's brilliant when your receiver is 10 yards open straight off the line.
Mahomes.
Ah, yes. Nice little dump off to the running back.
Right, now
Anticipation. He just got leveled.
He just bobbled the snap.
Can I just let it fly through these picks now since it's halfway through? I can't be bothered anymore.
He knows exactly where he wants to go at the ball. Devontae Smith, who he won't have.
Well, at least he's got Nelson Aguilar, who will be right in prime position to drop the ball.
No, he just did that at the Eagles.
Ugh. What kiss ass.
Imagine going from your coach being Nick Saban to then having Bill Belichick. Like, do you think they've managed to muster one smile between them?
I don't think so.
I'm happy. I'm sad. Remember that, Chris?
Yeah.
You know, the boy plays Anakin Skywalker in Star Wars. I like the newer Star Wars.
Oh, Cardinals are in.
He's there was like a video, a 5-second video made of it, and it's like Star Wars in 5 seconds. It's just him being like no expression, just like I'm happy, I'm sad, I'm annoyed, I'm excited. It just that reminds me of what Matt Jones and Bill Belichick and Nick Saban are like. Well, who's the Cardinals picking, you think?
Oh, corner.
The Cardinals pick
potentially.
another defensive player that they don't know how to use.
Maybe
Cornerback
receiver,
or-
but I doubt it. Potentially Darasaur. Their O-line is great.
I don't think they need a D lineman. It's just that D line is ridiculous now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I did think potentially Barmore if there was nothing that no one else they liked. Maybe the corners.
Big reach.
They could really do a running back. Like if they took a running back here, it wouldn't be a reach because they desperately need one. Matt Jones is a surgical quarterback. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes. Dialing it up to Johnny Smith and Hunter Henry when they play one game together.
It depends if you're talking about the surgeon that does microsurgery or the surgeon that just cuts your leg off.
It's still a surgeon.
More like a tree surgeon. Just with a chainsaw.
Linebacker.
Ooh.
That's a strange pick.
Yeah, I would have thought the boy that we can't pronounce his name would have been above him.
A jumbo athlete.
Awuso Koromoa.
The guy from Notre Dame.
Aye.
Jumbo athlete. Instinctive country player. Anthony Barr. It's so ridiculous.
Oh,
the Dolphins are back in the screen.
Yeah, I don't mind Zaven Collins there. It's a bit of a strange one, but you know, yeah, Isaiah Simmons last year, they didn't know what to do with him, so can they work out what to do with Zaven Collins?
The best athletes going and couldn't figure out how to use him.
They not got Reddick as well.
That was 2017.
I think he moved on, didn't he, Reddick? Isn't he with the Panthers now?
Oh, he might be now, yeah.
Yeah, because he had that one game where he had like 5 sacks, and then the Panthers have now overpaid for him.
Standard way the NFL, that is it?
Yeah.
So true, though.
I don't know if you've seen that thing where it was predicting what all the teams would do for their picks, and it was basically a Mick take, but the Cardinals one genuinely said terrible defensive play.
I can't even see that.
Yeah,
it's a bit fuzzy.
I mean, for the scheme fit on the big board that I'm looking at for Zaven Collins, it literally just says projects favorably to a defense that is multiple with its alignments. Well, yeah, you could probably have said the same for Isaiah Simmons last year, but they couldn't do anything with him. So
the thing is, though, is like people were ready to write Simmons off, but every time he went into the game, he did something. Like the Seahawks game overtime, they put him in the game. He got a game-sealing pick, and it was just like, here's a bright idea, right? Put him in the game.
Just play him.
Yeah, like you can't exactly classify a guy as being a bust if the coach doesn't ever put him in the field.
What's our first rounder doing on the bench, coach? Don't know where to put him. Why'd you select him then? Athlete.
He runs well.
Yeah.
But it's like if you're a GM, that's got to be like a close to sackable offense. Who do we pick like 6th overall? Isaiah Simmons.
Steve Keim has got to have nudes of the owner that he's threatening to release if he gets fired, because that man has had too many chances.
There's a few very interesting calls so far. Like the last few have been kind of sensible picks, you know. But
yeah,
I had Zaven Collins over under was 25.5, and I put the over, unfortunately. Bloody Cardinals. I don't think anyone else would have taken him there. Or before 25 even. I think he's
Justin Fields doesn't happy that he's going to be a Bears, is he?
I mean, would you be happy being a Bear?
No. But he also knows he's not going to get a running back, so he's going to look stupid. He's going to look really bad, and then everyone's going to say, see, he was rubbish, and he's going to be like, no, I'm not. No, Raiders pick us in. What was the Raiders funny one?
Somebody who's
a high character guy for John Gruden.
character guy.
Oh, who are the Raiders going to take? Corner, tackle.
Darisaw, maybe.
Defensive
Yeah.
line has to be. Their pass rush sucks. Like big time.
Yeah, but they blew up their offensive line, so they have
They
to
did.
get someone in there.
Get rid of
And
it.
so does their defensive back end. Like, I really don't see where they're going with this. Like, how many how many years of this 10-year contract is John Gruden going to see?
You're forgetting one important thing here. They've clearly shown their draft strategies to go for players from the national championship teams. So this is going to be an Alabama or an Ohio State player.
True. I don't know who was at the top of that board then, if it was Alabama or Ohio State.
Center.
Possibly.
Of course, they will be mates with Mayock.
Who?
All these analysts.
Aye.
Well, at the top of this board from Ohio State or Alabama is Baron Browning.
Oh, the linebacker from Notre Dame would be a good shout for Oakland.
I think it'll be
Oakland.
Darisaw or Dickerson.
Vegas.
I think it has to be offensive line.
Yeah, it is offensive line. Won't tell you which one though. I'll keep it suspenseful.
Was it right between the two I said?
Which ones did you say?
Darisaw and Dickerson.
Nope, wrong.
Ooh, interesting.
Better not be
Bit of an
Brent
out-
Cleveland. I'll be
bit-
raging if he goes.
a bit of an outside shot actually. I didn't expect him to go in the first round.
Creed.
Mayfield, Jenkins. I think the other ones. Leatherwood, maybe? Is it Bama? No way, it is as well. You're right.
Well
Chris.
called, Chris.
Yeah,
I
Experience
don't really know much about it.
opens gate.
That is a high character guy that Gruden has reached on.
The only ones I think if we go through it, which ones have we got right so far? So Jaguars, great player whose career gets wasted, probably right. The Jets was Sarah Fuller. San Francisco, the wrong QB. Atlanta Falcons, ignore your horrible defense and draft a tight end.
Yeah.
Bengals, life insurance for Joe Burrow.
Well, they'll need it now.
The Dolphins, the wide receiver the Eagles fans wanted. Didn't get that one right. The Lions, a bust that's out of the league in 3 years.
Probably not correct.
The Panthers, a player that's grateful the Lions didn't draft him. The Broncos, someone to help them go 5-11. The Dallas Cowboys, a cornerback they can't cover. That one's not right. The Giants, they haven't picked yet, have they?
No.
Eagles, how he ignores Eagle scouts and passes on a great player. The Chargers, a new team doctor. Vikings, the players the Eagle scouts wanted. The Patriots, Belichick passes on a wide receiver for a left-footed punter. The Cardinals, a terrible defensive player. The Raiders, John Gruden reaches on a high character guy.
To be fair, Leatherwood is a big man as well, 6'5", 312.
Yeah.
So this might be Travis Etienne or Najee Harris.
Better be. What's in?
You just have an Alabama offense, Rory, if it's Najee Harris.
I'll take either of them, to be honest. I'd take neither of them. I wouldn't mind O-line as well if it is O-line. But then...
The football team is on the clock.
We do need pass rush as well.
Boogie,
Boogie Basham.
get my main man
Cracking
Boogie.
name. Cracking name. Jalen Waddle. Reckon the Dolphins pick a Miami Hurricanes player?
But Rousseau,
There he comes. Din, din, din.
Who's in the
din,
chair
din,
this
din,
time?
din.
Some other undesirable. There's not been a single person in that chair yet that the commissioner's been genuinely glad that they've been in his chair.
Yeah. Get out my chair.
Get the fuck out of my chair. That's
There
my
you go.
chair. I make 40 million a year to not have you sit there.
Called it. Miami Hurricanes player.
Who is it?
Phillips.
Natural rusher, loose and flexible, Montez Sweat.
I read that. I pretty much read that as he sweats a lot. Then I realized, oh no, that's his comparison.
Should be happy with that comparison, eh?
Montez
we do need
Sweat
pass
has got
rush,
a
but-
heart condition.
Yeah.
I love how they just showed that like as a great pass rush and he tackled Trevor Lawrence 8 yards down the field.
He might not even be Miami's best, like the Hurricanes' best pass rusher.
Not Russo or something.
Yeah, he was good, but then he opted out and he's not really played much. But I would say he's more explosive than Phillips.
Oh, I love Gregory Russo. He's my mantra.
Yeah.
He's just slinging that cat about.
He used to get his hair cut as well.
They say he returned punts at high school.
It's a very uninspiring first round from Miami.
Miami did the same last year, though. They had every opportunity to do so well in the draft, and we just went. It could be totally wrong, but
That Noah pick was outrageous. He was sitting at like, what, third round corner on most people's boards, and we took him in the first round.
Yeah, it's a Bill Belichick pick.
Disgusting.
Welcome to the Bill Belichick coaching tree.
Jackson I'm okay with. But,
eh?
yeah. I'm all right with Austin Jackson.
He was all right though.
I actually
Yeah.
got that right on my mock draft last year, Austin Jackson to Miami.
I like that.
I was surprised.
That's about it.
Not long until the Ravens now.
What, only another hour and a half?
Hmm?
Only another hour and a half until the Ravens, I mean.
Watch them trade out of the first round twice.
Yeah, what they do a 2-for-1 deal. Someone will trade up and they'll be like, "Hey, fancy this other first rounder? We don't fancy picking tonight."
That's
There you go. Here's one of the fun facts of the night. Unless the Jaguars manage to go 17-0 this year, Trevor Lawrence is slated to lose his first ever regular season game.
Mental that, is it?
Remember how I said that you can always count on Ohio State to be the worst fans ever? literally the first comments an Ohio State fan sharing the score of the semi-final game between Ohio State and Clemson this year. Second comment, somebody sharing the score from the LSU Clemson National Championship game.
What's that?
The second response to the Trevor Lawrence never losing a regular season game is someone sharing the score of the LSU Clemson National Championship game.
Some people are just dumb. Someone's posted here saying being a Ravens fan means waiting all night for our draft pick. It's like, yeah, but then when they trade out the first round once you've waited, it's annoying.
I've slowly watched my eyes get slowly redder and redder throughout the night. And it's just I've got to go up for work at 8 at the latest.
Oh, have you? You're not working from home?
No, I'm going into the office on Fridays now. I hate it.
I'm off tomorrow, so
Yeah, same here.
Lucky.
yeah, I took a day off tomorrow and Monday. Oh, Washington's picks in.
It is. Who are they going to? Are they getting another weapon for Fitz? Got to build around those franchise QBs.
Who did they actually pick up in free agency? They picked up Curtis Samuel, did they not?
Yeah.
Who else did they get?
No one weapons wise. I'll have a look. Hold on. They got Eric Flowers back yesterday.
Who's that?
Eric Flowers, offensive line. They got him back from Miami.
Oh, so they did. They got rid of Alex Smith, so they deserve to go in the dumps.
Oh, they're going defense. They got William Jackson as well. Decent
linebacker with a funny name.
Adam Humphries as well. Jamin Davis.
Whoa.
Oh, is he not a monster?
He is a bit.
There you go. Mirror tight ends. Twitched up, Darius Leonard.
Can I have a reach as well, though?
Yeah, big time.
Have we got to that point in the draft where everyone's just reaching?
When you've got guys like Awusu Koromo on the board as well.
How is he?
I'm Bolton as well. I would have had Bolton over Davis.
Yeah, I like Bolton.
Did the boy from Notre Dame do bad at his pro day or anything?
I thought he was pretty solid at his pro day. Must just be scheme fit. I suppose he's undersized. He's only 215 pounds.
Is he?
Yeah, he's small.
Who? The guy from Notre Dame or this guy?
The guy from Notre Dame.
Jamin's 225, 6'4".
He's happy.
Look at all the draft caps on the table.
Oh, yeah.
Rappaport says he was a 4th to 5th rounder in October. It's a first rounder now.
It's a big jump.
It is
What's
a
that?
very large jump.
Where was he rated?
He was rated in the 4th to the 5th round.
Oh. Yeah, that's a mental jump, that.
It'd take me a while to sort through all the caps on the table and work out which one's which.
Yeah, saying they give them the ones at home get all 32 caps. Which is so weird because obviously they surely just sent Trevor Lawrence the Jaguars one.
No, they got to be suspenseful about it. Can't just be like, yeah, here's your cap.
You say that, but I've seen a picture and they already had his jersey printed at his house.
I don't know why they just didn't come out and say it, because if you're in the first overall pick, what does it matter?
How much? We'll have one edge rusher go. I'm going to shift on the couch then.
Wait, who's up next? Oh, Giants now. Giants with an extra thirst. Where could they go here? I mean, Darasaur's still on the board.
Receiver, Moore.
Yeah. Rondell Moore, I like. They could go Kadarius Toney, but I don't recommend they do. Maybe a corner, although I do like James Bradbury. He played well last year.
Did they not get they got a stud corner from somewhere else as well? Did they not? Someone cut someone and they picked them up.
Oh, they had Adoree Jackson.
Yeah.
I mean, they wildly overpaid for him for some reason when no one else was bidding for him.
Who's this?
But yeah, he's decent. Adoree Jackson.
Yeah, their secondary's pretty stacked.
The
Yeah,
whole
so
Giants
maybe
roster's
not
pretty
corner.
stacked, other than QB.
They could maybe do with a linebacker or a pass rusher.
Because they've got Martinez, do they?
Yeah. But they need someone to pair with him, ideally.
Yeah. Lake Erie.
God, the Giants' war room looks so dull. Pick is in.
The pick is in.
Could be center actually.
Eh?
Could be center. Only got one center on their roster.
Yeah, but if you're happy with your starter, you don't take one in the first round.
I like how Rappaport's just in some stadium with about 20 fans in there. Ooh. I'll let you boys react to that one.
Oh, that's a reach. That's a massive reach. Wow.
They're obviously set on receiver.
Huh?
They're obviously set on receiver, and then when Eagles traded up, they were like, we'll go down and just pick the next best on their board.
That's
Yeah.
what.
Hmm?
20th.
Big reach, I think.
Oh,
That's a huge reach. Huge.
Probably.
Yeah, do that against Old Miss. He's going to be doing that against the
I like
Cowboys, the
him.
Eagles,
That's
and the
I'm a bit biased.
Washington front seven.
He can't be like the problem with Tony is there's times where if he just put his head down and ran, he would make like maybe 6 or 7 yards, and then at times you'll try and like double back like 6 or 7 times and actually lose yards, and you'll get found out in the NFL if he carries on doing that.
Oh yeah, you'll get buried.
yeah.
But he's got really safe hands and he's quite versatile.
Well, one of the things there that one of the things it just said was he had inconsistent hands.
You what?
It said on his list of things he got inconsistent hands.
Last season he was pretty solid. He didn't drop much.
This surely has to be defensive line.
Who is it now?
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis. Wow, guys, we can become famous.
Woo! What was that?
It was an old comment. I accidentally clicked it.
Oh, was it?
I don't know. I think the Colts could go Darisaw here. Darisaw's got to go at some point.
I tried
The
to
Colts
think
need
who's- Barmore would be an alright pick here. But other than that, try to think I'm trying to think who they're missing.
Darisaw. They need their left tackle, so they'll go Darisaw.
Well, they've got a backup left tackle, but they could do
Yes,
with,
but he's crap.
yeah. Well, they could do a left tackle. They could do with a defensive tackle, and they could do a linebacker.
Yeah,
They could get a guy from Notre Dame to go alongside Leonard because
they could do with a corner.
Yeah, they've got a good squad though. The Colts.
Oh yeah.
I'd say they could probably use a bit of wide receiver help. But if they're already at the stage of drafting Tony, then it's probably better to wait until round 2.
Well, the Ravens I'd say they'd be absolutely buzzing, but we don't have a second round pick, so it doesn't make squat all difference to us. Get to see the Ravens pick twice today, and then not even have to tune in tomorrow.
That's what you think. They're about to trade out on both their picks.
Oh, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. They've done it to me before. Pretty sure there was one year I think they were 31st pick. Just as I was about to get there, they just jumped out back in the second round. I was like,
Did they not trade out and then back in to get Jackson?
Yeah.
yeah. But they'd already picked Hayden Hurst in that one. So it wasn't like I was waiting for one and they traded out and I was like, God damn it, and they trade back in. Can't remember what year it was they traded out altogether and I was raging. I'd stayed up so late for that as well. Did Russell Wilson win Man of the Year?
Not this.
No, not this one, but formerly. because he's a good Christian man, with good Christian values.
Wonder if Colts take Jenkins instead of Darisaw.
What's that?
It'd be tempting. I don't mind. I quite like Jenkins.
He's a big boy, very
Mhm.
physical.
Did Tennessee not get a replacement right tackle for there?
No.
Because Dennis Kelly's a free agent. Because I know that the Ravens are speaking to him as well.
Yeah.
Ravens are supposed to be speaking to him and the boy from Pittsburgh.
Yeah. No. Titans need
Look at the board.
a
Look at
tackle, but
Indianapolis's board. It's
Jeez.
mental.
I just feel lost in that room. I mean, it seems like the pick is in. I thought there was way too much time on the clock.
Yeah. He is a monster, is he? Quentin Nelson.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Jaguars coming up for their second pick.
I reckon the Jags are taking another defensive back. Maybe the safety Trayvon Moehrig. CJ Anderson's pretty good, but they need someone over the top. Some of the costumes these people wear, it's just like, what the hell?
To be fair, we went to a Jags game at Wembley dressed in onesies, like leopard onesies.
Sexy and I know it, leopard onesies.
Ooh. Colt
Appear on
Pickens,
Sky Sports as well.
Good one.
Yeah. On
Yeah,
Sky
fancy.
News, absolute blutered.
Ooh, edge rusher.
Pretty pay.
I thought you said Green Bay.
Explosive, stack and shed, Frank Clark. He's a good addition, by the way. That team's good anyway, but that's one of their weaknesses.
Yeah, I think pretty much every team had a different order for the edge rushers of how they liked each one. So obviously that was the one they liked best, other than Jalen Phillips.
No, he's not the first edge rusher, is he? The boy from Miami.
No. But I think Quitty Pay's the first hand in dirt one. I think Phillips is more of a
Stand up and go.
under.
I'm just glad he's gone because he would have been linked to the Ravens all day because he's Michigan.
Jesus Christ, he's got a lot of people in his house.
Yeah.
It's about 30 people there. Jeez, he's got a huge forehead.
He's got a weird hairdo, that's for sure.
Yeah, the hairdo definitely doesn't help him.
Brandon Graham, they've compared him to Chris.
Doesn't use much technique, does he?
Hey?
No,
Hey,
he probably hasn't needed it. So Tennessee, Minnesota, Pittsburgh.
Tennessee will go after another
Tennessee
replacement
will
tackle.
go corner. They got rid of all of their corners this offseason. If they don't go corner, I'll be shocked.
See?
They'll
Any
go.
corners will go for at this point, though.
They'll go like Asante Samuel or something.
Newsom.
Yeah, Newsom or Asante Samuel. I mean, I doubt they want to go Caleb Farley after last year because they don't want another first round pick that they're just getting nothing from.
Yeah.
Could we see Caleb Farley fall out the first round though?
I think some team would take a chance on him.
Yeah, you got to think.
Take a chance on who?
Caleb Farley.
The same way they did with Sidney Jones. Where's he now?
He bounced around with the Eagles, didn't
Is
he?
he not at the Jags?
I think he is, yeah.
Because he looked like he was going to be a brilliant cornerback, and then he tore his ACL.
Yeah. Yeah, he's currently with the Jags. He's still only 24 years old. He could be a bit like Jason Verrett, just oft injured, but good when he's healthy.
Yeah, a guy filming him in the background. Tennessee are taking ages here.
Could be a team looking to move up.
'30th in sacks, the Tennessee Titans were. Yikes.
Yeah, they were awful.
Maybe they wanted pay and now they're thinking move back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Corner.
They've got a good chance of replacing Kelly, though.
Dennis Kelly.
Yeah. Because they need a right tackle.
They also need a receiver, to be fair, because they got rid of Corey Davis and Adam Humphries, and then lost Jonnu Smith as well.
No, it's a pick in now. See that? Say Caleb Farley would have been a top pick at corner if he'd been healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I had him as my top corner as well if he was healthy.
Yeah, he would have been a top 10 pick easy if he didn't have that back concern.
There's all the Vikings fans waiting because they're thinking, oh, we were supposed to pick earlier and now we've got to wait.
Am I going to trade back again?
Okay. I was
Here he
wrong.
comes. Here he comes. Oof. Seen it on the list.
Oh, very nice.
I am a little bit surprised that they're going for the risky one after last year, but you know, if it pays off, then they've got a pretty good shutdown corner there, and that's what they need. After getting rid of Malcolm Butler and Adora Jackson.
He is a beast of a player when he's fit. Like,
Oh yeah.
Well, that was a terrible throw.
No, horrendous.
I love taking the piss out of Kurt Warner and that on the show. Yeah, he is.
That is brutal.
Don't use me for DB fodder.
Oh, I had Farley being taken anything past 22, and he's just been taken at 22.
Oh no.
Looks like a
No, I
computer geek.
expected him to look
He
like.
does not look like a football player there, really.
No.
Nerd.
He tested positive for COVID as well. For goodness sake, he's not got much of good luck, has he? Oh, we're not long to the Ravens.
You said that about half an hour ago.
I know.
Do you think one of the top two running backs falls into the second round?
Yeah. Now I do. I
To
think one of
Miami.
them will get taken by the Steelers. If that guy from Notre Dame falls to the Browns, that's a huge pick for the Browns. Because they don't
Who?
have much at linebacker. The boy from Notre Dame.
Oh, Owusu.
If he falls to the Browns, they surely take him. Because their
you'd
linebacker
think
core
so,
is
yeah.
a bit dire.
What's the best way to say happy birthday? Jan wondered as she scrolled curiously on her phone. Yes. You sent the perfect card.
Come on, Ravens. Come on. Pick well. Please pick well.
It's not going to happen.
Browns are pretty stacked, aren't they?
Eh?
Browns are pretty stacked. They can pretty
Oh,
much
the
go
Browns are
best.
really stacked, but their linebacker core's a bit weak.
Yeah, even then though, I think they can go best player available. I was thinking safety, but even then they've still got Delpit, Johnson, and Harrison.
They kind of need a
Don
defensive
reckoned they'd
tackle
go-
after Sheldon Richardson, but
Yeah.
you know,
Don reckoned they'd go deep.
Even then they've got Billings and Malik Jackson still in the centre.
Mm,
Both solid
Barmore
players.
he'd be another one. Barmore would upgrade their defensive line.
I don't think he would start. I don't think he would. He certainly wouldn't beat out Jackson. Probably not Billings either. Yeah. Strong linebacker could do with help.
Yeah. I mean,
Then you're not going to pick Awusu for that because he's £215.
yeah, but they need a sideline to sideline linebacker, and that's what he is. They've got two big hitters, but they've not really got a sideline to sideline guy.
Walker could go sideline to sideline.
Colts boy.
Yeah. But Colts.
10 picks to go, and then we can all go to bed.
I know.
Who are Vikings going?
I don't know. I think
I think
I really think they
linebacker.
need defensive line. Really think they need defensive line.
Yeah.
But,
I think front seven wherever they go.
yeah.
So potentially Gregory Rousseau, potentially Owusu maybe if they like him. Oyulari if they like him. But then offensive line is also a need for them, but I don't think they'd go there. Just
Barasov's
because,
still kicking about, isn't he?
yeah, I'm very surprised at that.
What was that?
I thought Darasaur would go before 20. Easy. There hasn't been that many offensive linemen gone.
No.
There's only been what, 4? You got Saul, Slater,
Oh, there you go.
There you
Vera
go.
Tucker, Leatherwood.
There's Darasaur there. Darasaur just went to the Vikings.
Oh yeah. Well, good pick for them, I guess. But that defense is still going to be horrendous.
Yeah, it's a kind of strange pick that, but maybe just going down the Tennessee Titans rate and going, oh well, let's just run the ball with Cook constantly.
Yeah.
They do need a left tackle, and if you can get a starting left tackle at 23, then you're doing well.
Yeah.
Average
How many
foot
people in his
quicks.
house?
Do you see
There's
that?
so
What it
much-
said there? It said average foot quicks.
Look how many folk are in his house.
I haven't got to that bit yet.
There we go. Steelers are on the clock. Najee Harris, did we think?
I think they could definitely talk themselves into a running back.
It's
Well,
because
I also
It's
wouldn't be
in
surprised
Cleveland.
of an offensive lineman or a corner. Yeah, geez, he's got about 30 people in his house.
wow, that picks in. That was quick.
Might look to replace Pouncey.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like maybe Landon Dickerson, maybe one of the other in our O line that they might like.
Imagine having to display the Steelers logo on a building in Cleveland.
Not nice, eh?
Why do they do the towels?
What's up?
Why do they do the towels? It's the least intimidating thing going.
Don't know. The best thing ever is watching Batman, The Dark Knight Rises, when Pittsburgh
When they
Stadium
fall to
gets
hope.
blown to shreds. I'd watch that bit over and over again. Oh, there's the booing them big style. There he is.
Oh, there we go.
They did say they were going to pick him.
Yeah,
Now,
just got hope that
is there any other teams that are desperate for a running back? Because it'll put pressure on them to come up and get Etienne. I think.
Maybe Buffalo, maybe.
you think?
Not desperate, but it's one of their needs.
I could
But I
see
think
my
they'll just wait
trade
until
him
the
back into
second.
the first to get Travis Etienne.
Who?
I could see Miami trade him back into the first to get Etienne.
I'd be happy with that. I don't know who we'd have to jump though. Jets maybe.
Big man's body, little man's feet.
A weapon in the passing game. He had like 3 receptions all year and they were in the national championship game. What a load of rubbish.
Did you not see his SEC championship game? He went for like 200 odd yards receiving and 3 touchdowns or something.
It was maybe that game then.
Yeah, that was it.
One game where he had heaps of receiving yards, and outside of that, he didn't have a reception like his entire season.
Yeah, it was that game. He went for like 4 touchdowns in total against us. There he is. Ooh.
Jeez, he's got a whole party behind him. He's Matt Forte, apparently.
Is that not who I had the Steelers taking in our mock thing?
What's that?
Is that not who I had the Steelers taking in our mock?
Can't remember. That's a sensible pick for the Steelers because they need a new running back and he's the best.
But will he be able to run with their O line?
I mean, he's the second best, but
No bias.
Najee Harris and Derek and Mark Ingram. Didn't know that.
The wee man's obviously up because I've just seen a comment from my wife.
Who's up now? Oh, Jack, Cleveland, Baltimore.
What's the best way to say happy birthday? Jan wondered as she scrolled curiously over her phone. Yes, with tap, she said the perfect card to be delivered on
James frozen, is it? Oh, no, he's there.
I'm it.
You look like you were frozen there, James.
I wish. Frozen in space. I think. Who are the Jags picking? Anyone got any guesses?
What's that?
Who are the Jags picking? Anyone got any guesses?
Oh,
Corner, maybe.
Eh?
Corner, Newsom, Samuel. They might.
Yeah.
A lot of teams when they draft a new quarterback tend to pair it up with a tackle or offensive lineman. So they might
I've
go
got Cam Robinson.
Yeah, I'm not sure who they'll pick actually. They might take D tackle. They might take Barmore. They could do with some. They could do with some defensive front seven. Could they? They've got a good linebacker core though, do they?
You got Miles Jack.
But they lost most of their defensive line, did they not?
Yeah,
'Cause-
they've basically just got Clavon Chase on. Josh Allen.
Oh yeah, 2 edge rushers. Well, yeah, so they could maybe do with a D tackle.
Yeah, maybe. I think they'll just get one in the second though, because they're all a bit
They
crap.
could do a wide receiver. They might go after. But see, with the wide receiver, I think they need a.
Yeah,
big
they could
target,
get
so
Bateman or more.
They might go after Marshall. I don't think they'll go after Moore purely because Chenault's exactly the same kind of build.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, Bateman or Marshall, they might go after one of those two.
Jack's pick is in.
Mhm.
Oh,
Oh. Oh,
Is it someone exciting?
Could be Rousseau or however you pronounce it. Mayer does love a good pass rusher.
Who do you think it'd be? Russo.
Rousseau.
boy from Miami.
Yeah. Either that or I think they will go offensive line and just properly shore it up for Lawrence.
He's got his chair back.
You mean the $40 million man has finally got his chair?
Travis Etienne.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Travis
Oh.
Etienne.
What an awful pick.
Why would they take him? You're James Robinson.
He was also undrafted last year, mine.
I don't know.
He might have
He
just been
played
having
really
a freak.
well.
Yeah, I know, but he could have also just been having a freak year.
True.
They might be
Yeah,
thinking
but-
if James Robinson can do that, then what can Travis Etienne do?
True. And Urban Meyer, known for liking a beast in running back.
And it also helps Lawrence settle in.
Yeah,
Oh,
pairs him
yeah.
up. Yeah.
Doesn't have to worry about spending as much time on working on mesh points and handoffs.
True.
Nah. Bad pick. Do not like.
It's still a weird selection though. Bloody hell, he's got loads of folk in his house and that.
They might have been able to get him in the second round, the first pick of the second round, unless they think someone would have traded up.
Well, Tampa Bay they were favoured to pick a back.
I forgot that the Jags took Marvin Jones.
Yeah. He'll be their third
They
receiver
could-
if they don't take
They
one.
could do with going with a big receiver first pick of the second round.
Probably don't need one if they've got Jones.
Yeah, but he's not really a big receiver. He's only 5'11". I'm talking one of the 6'2", 6'3" beasts.
Hmm.
Cleveland can take whoever they want here, really, but I really think that if they take the boy from Notre Dame, I think it's a huge upgrade to their linebacker core.
Clemson Twitter's going absolutely ape.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do you think they phoned Trevor up and went, right?
How would you
Right,
feel
okay.
about having Travis in the backfield with you? Oof.
No, Cleveland on. Oh, the Jags also signed Carlos Hyde in free agency.
That's not really.
What's that?
The Jags also signed Carlos Hyde in free agency.
Running by committee.
Yeah.
I guess if you think about it, though, like realistically, their only back was an undrafted guy last year who, don't get me wrong, was huge last year. I've already answered her.
Did you just tell her who went to the Jags? And you just said half of my Clemson team.
Clemson. See, I said if it was a Travis Etienne Miami jersey, that would have been really sweet. But then an Etienne Jags jersey might also be pretty sweet.
There you go. He's saying that his top-rated player is the Notre Dame linebacker.
Yeah, well, if it's best pick available, then it's probably going to be him.
Owusu Koromoa.
I just don't know. Like, I didn't realize how small he was. 215 is not big for a linebacker.
No, but Milano plays off of that size.
Thing
He's
is,
good enough at the Bills.
NFL strength and conditioning guys will get that way up with relative ease.
Yeah, I suppose if he gets to 230, he'll be decent size.
The only problem they'll see is if you put on extra weight, you lose speed. But some of these boys are so rapid.
Well, that's a bummer. I was hoping to get ETN in the second round.
2 backs in the first round as well. That's what I've said. See if we
Yeah,
get
I
another
wasn't
one.
expecting that.
Yeah.
So once again, we pass up on the better backs in the draft to get a pick that makes me go, meh. Raging.
Wait, is there subtitles when we speak?
Eh?
Natalie's saying there's subtitles when we speak.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Aye,
there is.
there is. On Facebook there is, yeah.
I had no idea.
It's needed, Chris.
Especially at this time in the morning.
I know.
Exactly.
It's yes, you're good. Anyways,
Like, I had a few points before this, so I'm slurring my words even more. But you boys, it just comes natural.
Gregory, you
Oh,
suck.
corner. I did think that, actually.
Right, well, Baltimore have the pick of anybody they want for their positions.
Or they could trade back.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. They have the pick of the bunch for guard. They have the pick of the bunch for edge. The pick of the bunch for wide receiver.
I really want them to trade back.
Bugger off.
It's not really anyone worth trading up for at this point.
Oh, the Jags signed Marvin Jones.
That's what I just said about 10 minutes ago.
It's
I didn't even
4:30 in the morning.
I totally forgot they'd signed him.
Yeah.
It's quite a big corner.
Why are there so many folk in these guys' houses?
Legit, like I see some of these people. I'm like, I don't know that many people.
Yeah, it's just. It's like
He's
they went
rapid
out
as
to the
well.
whole street and went, lads, come round and make my house look busy for draft night.
Oh, that's it. Paid everyone a tenner to come in.
Browns will do well this year.
The Browns.
Yeah.
You know,
They were number two in my depth, my
Power rankings.
power rankings.
The Browns were number 2.
Don't trade back. Don't trade back.
go on,
Please.
listen to some off. Listen to some off. There's probably some good ones out there.
Trade back with either the Eagles or the Dolphins just to make it even funnier.
A double trade back. Eagles and Dolphins. So you come out the first round altogether.
I reckon we might take the boy from Georgia, the edge rusher from Georgia.
Aguilar.
Yeah, but I'd be happy with him. I'd be happy with Owe from Penn State. I'd be happy with.
Oh yeah, Jason. Oh, I forgot about him.
I'd be happy with Ben Cleveland. I'd be happy with Terrence Marshall, Rashad Bateman, any of that lot. But you never know because the Ravens often go just best player.
Honestly, they just
Available,
need to
don't often-
slash like 2 to 3 minutes off these pick times because it's just unbearable.
They do. They just. Thing is like there's obviously if there's trades going on in the background and stuff, then that's fair enough. But you'd think otherwise they'd have their decision made.
Yeah.
Thing is, they only had 4 minutes before this advert breaks come on, so they should have put their pick in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd like to think the amount of prep that they put in for this and the amount of scouting that they've done, you'd like to think that they'll know exactly who they're picking, or they'll know exactly whether they're wanting to trade or not. They're probably just pad out on purpose.
Well, I seen the Jaguars Twitter page was saying that they were told they weren't allowed to submit the first overall pick until there was 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
Makes sense though from a TV standpoint.
Dad's clearly suffering from tiredness as well with that spell, and it's worse than mine.
I can't see the comments.
Oh, they're on the right-hand side for me.
Oh yeah.
I've seen this itchy, narrowly. You see, someone's just put up the stats from JC Horn's games against top-rated players. Kyle Pitts had 20 yards against him.
Against who?
JC Horn. Pick is in. Yay! We're not trading back.
Imagine these guys are just sort of like text each other back and forth, like, "Hey, you'll never guess who's just been on the phone to me."
Reunited and it feels so good. Cleanser. Right, who would take him, Baltimore? Come on, who would take him?
The Baltimore Ravens select trade back.
I'd say I'd be happy with a number of players here. Not really fussed. I want one of those chains in the neck. Big
Ravens
big chain
logo.
with the Baltimore logo on the bottom.
Why are we seeing fans are on the clock? That's why.
You know, Eddie comes.
That's a nice.
That would be funny.
I had a hat like that once. Then my mom got a job.
Ooh.
Shad Bateman.
Interesting.
Wow.
2019 greater than 2020.
Yeah.
2019's bigger than 2020. Somebody didn't go to school.
I still don't know if I prefer him or Terrence Marshall, but I knew it'd be one of them because they're both bigger receivers.
He's not that big though. 6'1", 190, was it not?
Yeah, but
Yeah, I'm sure Bateman's slowly been shrinking since high school.
He's not that big. I suppose he's
He was
bigger than
6'3" in
Brad.
high school.
Somebody wearing an Eagles jersey.
They
Yeah,
are, yeah.
he looks bigger there, Rory.
Yeah, he does actually.
He does look big on the field, but he's not.
What's his 40 time?
Sure.
Have a look.
See that offense looks alright. It's just a shame that it don't pass.
It's your offensive line you'd be worried about because you're not going to be passing it much.
Well, honestly, I would think I'm happy with this one, and I would think we're either going to go edge rusher or we'll go after a big guard or a tackle. I think we'll probably take a edge rusher, but I hope we'll take Ben Cleveland.
Could probably get Cleveland in round 2. Maybe.
You think? We don't have a round 2 pick.
Oh, do you not? Oh, no.
Round 3 is our next picks.
He runs a 4-4-3-40.
Hey,
He runs a 4-4-3-40.
it's all right. No rapid, but it's all right. I can't be too hacked off for that because we needed a receiver, a big target receiver.
Oh, Dad's crashing out. It's so close to the end. It'd be a lot closer if teams would just take a couple of minutes for the picks rather than 10 minutes each go.
Mm-hmm. Be so much more enjoyable.
That's what's better about the lower rounds. It's just quick fire.
Yeah, it literally is. It's too hard to keep up.
You know, some of the teams just accidentally pick a player and don't know who they've picked.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Quick, send it in.
Especially if they've got a few in the round.
You see this?
How many picks are left?
4.
This one and 4, so 5.
Is the Saints pick in yet?
Yes.
That could easily be another 40 minutes. Christ. Especially if someone trades in.
Don't do it. Don't do it. The Saints have quite a few holes to fill now.
Yeah, there could be corner. There's talk of them moving up.
Where did their defensive end Hendrickson go?
Bengals.
Was that where he went?
Yeah, because the Bengals defensive end that's basically the same as Trey Hendrickson, but younger, went to the Jets for roughly the same money.
Weird.
Classic Bengals things.
He used top pick on O-line in each of the last 2 drafts of the Saints. Pick is in though.
Again, defense. Someone I haven't really heard of.
I would quite like Asante Samuel to still be on the board when the Eagles pick in round 2, but I'm not sure that he will be.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on that.
Where did the Eagles pick in round 2?
It'll be 1, 2, 3, 5.
Nah, you never know.
The board I have, the Saints pick is the 86th player.
Peyton Turner, defensive end from Houston.
Arrow
6.
pointing up.
I mean, he's a big boy, 6'5", 270. Knee injuries. Could pretty much play any position on the line.
The fair size,
Just
isn't
a
he?
powerful guy.
It's not as good as my favourite guy.
Boogie.
Love a bit of Boogie.
Boogie Basham.
Pick is in for the Packers. They're going quick.
Yes.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you. Thank you, Green Bay. Thank you.
Another quarterback.
Jordan Love.
Come on, Buffalo. Do the right thing. Make it quick.
What if Jordan Love just like became the host of Jeopardy instead of Aaron Rodgers? I think that'd be the best timeline.
Yeah.
I think Aaron Rodgers is still just hacked off because basically contestants on Jeopardy just used it as an opportunity to roast him.
Did they actually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why he doesn't want to return to Green Bay.
I know the team's really good.
Yeah, but they just lost their starting center.
Yeah. They might go and draft one here.
Probably the best center in the league, though.
Mercedes Lewis is the only touchdown pass Rodgers has thrown to a first-round pick.
Wow.
Kyle Trask.
Don't you tempt them.
I think Colts will take Trask later on. Be a decent backup to Lance. I think Steelers will draft a QB later on as well.
Yeah, probably.
I think.
It's because Big Ben's not been fit for about 5 seasons.
Go on, get on with it.
I'm going to say this pick's been in longer than it took them to pick it.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully that just means the Bills pick will just come in rapid fire. But I know it won't.
Where the hell is the commish?
Still not chair. He won't get up.
Commission's taking a fag break. Right, I've had enough of this. Fucking can't be asked. Oh, Rodgers isn't going to be happy.
Defense.
Quarterback. It's Kyle Trask.
Is Russo still going?
Yeah.
Is it him?
No,
Is it Boogie?
it's a cornerback.
Ooh. Samuel.
Nope. That's fine.
Interesting. Other cornerbacks are still going.
There we go.
Stokes from Georgia.
Is
Yeah, that's it.
They don't need a cornerback.
Nope. But they took one anyway.
Why? Oh my God, Rodgers is going to be like, see yous, I've had enough. I've had enough of your pish.
That's a strange one.
Well, yeah, they've got two really good corners.
He's a good player, to be fair. He was good when we played him.
Yeah, but is he better than Jair Alexander or the other boy they've got? Well, they're maybe better than Kevin King. He was shit last in the playoffs, wasn't he? He basically got ruined by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Even then, still a really strange pick. They may be thinking, well, we might lose Rodgers. We should maybe shore up our defense.
Again, it's not going to help them if they can't score at any point.
Yeah.
Ooh, what a hit.
A hit. A fine hit.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. He's rapid.
Yeah, I think he ran a 4.2 something.
4.29, yeah.
There's a lot of suspicion about all these teams with their players very fast times this year.
4.1. Well, you normally clocks it 4.4. Here we go. This will be interesting. I thought these guys would take one of the top two running backs, but obviously they're both gone.
Oh, come on, Bills. You've had plenty of time.
The thing with Kirby is he knows how to coach defensive backs. So it's normally a solid pick when you get a defensive back from Georgia.
Yeah.
Just a shame that he's always costing his team when it counts.
Sick bird.
God damn
this
it.
One might be, with Milano being a smaller linebacker, this one might be the boy from Notre Dame. Two small, fast linebackers.
That's got to be the least flattering picture of Sean McDermott I've ever seen.
Yeah, this can be best player available if they want it to be.
Yeah, but they've got no pass rush. Their pass rush is poor.
Well, get the boys from Miami then.
They're happy with whatever they've got.
28th ranked red zone defense.
Come on, Bills. Just pick someone.
The Bills.
Why didn't they have a pick last year again?
The Bills.
Mm-hmm.
Diggs?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Why are you all fist bumping? The pick isn't in yet. Fucking get your jobs done.
Just shows you they picked this pick like 7 minutes ago.
Yeah. This is them half an hour ago high five and yeah.
We've added Emmanuel Sanders and Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah.
Yeah, Emmanuel Sanders is going to be number one.
And Trubisky's just a camp arm.
Wow, I won't have that slander.
Solid
I named my fantasy football team after Trubisky. I called it Soggy Trubisky.
Oh.
I called mine for Fuchs' sake and it fucking got banned. It's the player's name as well. Fuchs' sake, and got an email from them saying you can't have that, you need to pick a new one. I was like, what the heck? It's offensive. Not as bad as the other day. I got reported on Facebook for posting a picture of Farmer Fran on one of the people's Facebook pages. Senator showed nipples and sexual nudity. Oh, picks in.
That bloody time.
Javonte Williams, that North Carolina running back.
Yeah.
One of them. They've got a couple of running backs.
Come on, Bills. Hopefully the Ravens already know what they're won. Here comes
You know they haven't.
Oh, Bill Betty, come along. Oh, Bill Betty. Oh.
Commissioner sat in his chair like, fuck's sake, sat down, not get up again.
How's their tackles, the Bills? They got decent tackles.
Deion Dawkins and someone else.
Pass rusher.
Oh, so. Yeah, fair enough.
So.
To be fair, getting him at 30 is not bad.
No.
Yeah.
Imagine
I mean, he's
imagine going all the way from Miami to Buffalo.
Yikes.
He's got the potential to be the best pass rusher in the draft.
Second best.
So he's not that good.
Hey,
How dare you?
who's this?
Rory said he has the potential to be the best pass rusher. I said second best, and he said Boogie isn't that good. And I said, how dare you?
He looks very similar to the other pass rusher.
Pay.
The one with the big forehead. Quitty Pay.
I think he's got a bit more length to him.
Yeah, but he just looks like him in the face and similar haircut. I mean,
I barely even have enough hair to cover my head, and he's got too much hair to put on a hat.
is he just going to balance the hat on his head?
Pretty much by the look of it.
That's what he's done, yeah. I mean, he was unblocked there. So it's always handy.
He's done really well here. Free run.
He's got big arms. What was his vertical?
No idea.
Come on, Ravens. Just put the pick in. Put the pick in. Jeez, you lined up in defensive tackle as well, see?
It's a very small defensive tackle.
They get bullied at defensive tackle in the NFL.
Yeah.
Jesus. How on earth did he catch that?
With his hands.
Rory's just confused because he doesn't know how to catch.
I'm not saying anything. I can't say nothing.
Nobody tells me nothing. God damn it, Baltimore.
It's still saying the selection. It's not even on the Baltimore bit yet. They could
The
have already
clock.
picked.
You see the clock in the background, though.
Yeah.
Where?
Wait for it. There you go, look, on the left.
Oh, yeah.
Still not getting it.
On the left. Big board.
Oh yeah, 412. Yeah.
Come on, Baltimore. Don't you dare trade out now. Don't do it. It's starting to get light outside, look.
Oh Lord, kill me now.
Are you working as well tomorrow, Rory?
No, I'm technically off on Fridays, but it's for childcare, so that'll be fun.
Come on, Baltimore.
Thing is, it's even getting towards midnight on like the East Coast there, so like
Yeah.
I think they're trying to hurry it up a bit.
Yeah, that's a big climate change.
Baltimore with the fewest receptions and receiving yards in the last 2 seasons.
Come on,
What if Baltimore just
pick
got
it.
another receiver?
Eh?
What if Baltimore just got another receiver here?
You as well.
If it was Terrence Marshall, I'd be like, all right, air raid. But I'm really hoping they go after Ben Cleveland here.
Pick is in finally.
Is it?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have had all first round to think about this pick.
And they'll still take the full 10 minutes.
Like, because somebody has to wake Bruce Arians up.
Prod him with a big stick.
I make sure it's from a safe distance.
Yeah,
Poke the bear.
can't be caught waking him up.
Poking the bear.
It's like that scene from Braveheart when they're trying to like seal the old boy's wound. Here, you take it. I'll hold him down. Here, you take it. I'll hold him down. Everyone passing the stick. I don't want to wake him up.
Come on. Ravens. Surely Tampa Bay know exactly who they're picking.
Well, they do, but they're not allowed to say.
Wonder if Ravens go Mayfield because he can play guard and tackle.
So you can play what?
He can play guard and tackle, and he's from Michigan. Koromoa still on the board.
Eh?
Are we sure Koromoa still on the board?
Yeah.
Is that Notre Dame boy?
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Interesting.
Ravens aren't going to take him.
No, I know. Wouldn't have thought the Buccaneers would either, to be honest.
Can't believe he's fallen out the first round.
The Bucks are going to have about 3 minutes left on the clock at this rate.
Hey, we got the boy from Penn State.
Who's
Got the
that?
rapid boy from Penn State.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Oh, Jason Owe.
No way.
Nice.
Come on, Buck.
Oh well, that's
Do us a solid and get this over with.
good. That's 2 solid picks for the Ravens. That.
Lucky for some.
I'm just relieved the Eagles didn't totally mess it up. A freaky tester.
I think Eagles have done actually all right in the end, because if they were wanting Smith all along, they've ended up getting an extra first round next year for it. Plus got Smith, and they've only cost them a third to go up and get him again.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have just stayed at 6th, but yeah, they've got an extra first next year, so that's not bad. I think it'd have been worse if like Chase or Pitts was still there at 6.
Hey.
I think it'd have been worse for Eagles if like Chase was still there at 6. Like if
Yeah.
Bengals had gone Sewell.
Pick us in. Thank goodness.
Oh, that
Buccaneers.
was rapid. Well done, Tampa.
Apparently, Bruce Arians was already awake.
No, he just uttered some whatever name came to his mind when he woke up. And that's the pick.
Steve.
Yeah, dude.
Could this be a QB?
Could be.
Very potentially, but I doubt it.
Kyle Trask or Kellen Mond.
I think
Trask
they just
would
want to
be
be all in with Brady the next 2 years.
Jesus.
Who?
Finisher.
He's a lump. He's a lump as well.
Go try on. Wow.
He's a lump as well, like 265, 259.
Yeah, it just shows you how many teams changed their draft board for like their edge rushers and their linebackers.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure, boys, but I'm going to get off because I've got the office in the morning. Thanks all for joining.
It was a team effort.
It's a real team effort. Thanks everyone for watching.